Thank you so much for joining us here at Trovo Titans for the Birthday Bash. I am Greyheart, I am joined by Extus, and we are going to be bringing you one heck of a Howling Abyss tournament today.
Yeah, it's going to be 3v3 ARMs here on the US server. Well, the EU North later down the tournament, meaning tomorrow. But I'm super excited for what we're about to see. I've never casted a tournament in this particular format. And then I can only say, let random chaos take over the day.
It will be pretty random chaos. Let's have a look at exactly how this tournament is going to be working out. So first things first, we are of course going to be on Howling Abyss, the home of ARAMs, but this will not be all random, though it will be all mid. It is a blind pick that is going to be being used. We are not playing to 100 CS. We are not playing to First Blood. We are not even playing to First Turret Destruction. You need to explode that Nexus if you want to pick up the win.
The blue pinball machine needs to explode if you want to win. It's very important to know what these people are actually playing for, Stan. And I do believe we have a fun little graphic for that as well. Thank you, production.
We sure do. Here with the Trovo Titans, we've got one heck of a prize pool, a great payout for picking up first place. You will be getting yourself 1,000 euros, and I believe you also get 100 Titan points as well. Second place, 50 points and 500 euros, 25 and 250 for third, and for fifth to eighth, that will get yourself 10 points and 100 euros as well. And as we can see from having a little look at our bracket, that does mean that every single team that is entered that we're going to be seeing on the stream today will be getting at least some of those points. The further you get through the tournament,
the more, I think Stan just cut out, but the more you, of course, win here at Trovo Titans during the Birthday Bash. Some of these names I will probably, me and Stan will probably both pronounce incorrectly, so please let us know. And you can flame us as much as we want. We'll do try. The one thing I noticed, on the upper left corner, the Zidu Brolia, I think it means Brotherhood of the Ring or Rings, if those people are in chat. Is that a reference to Lord of the Rings? Because that is one of my absolute favorite book series and movie series of all time, so please let me know. And if we move on further, we do see that there is a semi-final. Are you back, Stan?
I sure am. I'm not sure where you lost me there, but I was saying all sorts of exciting stuff, but you didn't get to hear it.
Too bad. Oh, that nervous laughter. Oh, always a good sign.
Oh, it's always a good start. Always good. Yeah, so where were we? We were talking semi-finals, finals, all that amazing prize money that's going to be won.
Yeah, I was talking about the prize money, talking about the bracket, talking about little maybe Lord of the Ring reference in one of those groups. Once again, I don't speak Lithuanian, so let me know. You can flame me all you want in chat. And if you really want to take revenge on me, there is a 1v1 coming up later today as well against me and Stan. So you can just say, hey, I want to take it down a notch. I want to make sure that this caster who cannot pronounce our team name correctly is taken down a peg. Well, you can do it in this 1v1.
Well, here it is. It's the Caster Bash. You'll get the opportunity to type exclamation Caster Bash as a prompt. You'll get the chance to play against either myself or Zav. Potentially, one person will get to play against each of us, and you get yourself a 50 euro reward if you beat us. That time, it will be First Turret Destruction or First Blood.
Fan-dabidozi, as we take a look at the teams. Well, maybe not take a look at the team. Stan, have you ever, because as I said before, I have never participated or casted a tournament along in these particular rule set. I think it's quite interesting, especially the 3v3, because it reminds me of the old, what's the name again? The old 3v3, Twisted Tree Line. Twisted Tree Line. I used to play a lot of Twisted Tree Line. It was so much fun.
I was a big fan of Twisted Tree Line, running amok with Xin Zhao in the jungle and making life pretty miserable, mostly for the solo laners. But it was a lot of fun to be around with old Vilemore guarding over on the left side of the map. But of course, that is long gone, and now we have to focus on what a 3v3 means on the Howling Abyss map. Obviously, usually the home of an ARAM where things are random. Here, you actually get to draft your comp, and for me, that's fascinating.
Yeah, because there are different comps. I imagine that either if there is a meta gonna grow, either you'll have a support or you don't have a support. I think something along the lines of 2 bruises and a carry. I have no idea actually, but I think that might be extraordinarily strong. You might just go, you know what? Let's go diverse. Let's get a bruiser in there. Some of you is great in these 3v3 situations, and let's get a mage and an AD carry. Or let's just go, hey guys. Yeah, Darius Mordekaiser and let's say Zinzao. Yeah, that's the team I'm looking for. The first team that pulls in something along those lines.
But of course, we could of course end up seeing something completely different. We'll talk more about those comps as we get towards Champ but Select. But right now, let me go even further forwards and talk about some of the amazing upcoming events here at Trovo Titans. We are of course seeing today's EU West tournament, this LOL ARAM tournament going on. Tomorrow there will be another one, so make sure to tune in for that one. That one will be played on the EU Northeast server, and it will give a whole bunch more people the opportunity to show their skills.
Yeah, and that's moving onward. It's a Brawl Star tournament as well, and the CSGO Wingman tournament. I'm looking forward. This is a good birthday bash, man. This is a good birthday to celebrate, where you're not just doing it one day, you're not just doing it 1 week, you're just celebrating 2 weeks with tournaments. I think that's great.
Hey, it's a whole month full here. The month of May, it is all about this fantastic stuff here for the Trovo Titans, celebrating this great platform that is, of course, Trovo, and this this great community, giving them the opportunity to win all sorts of fantastic prize pools, and of course all those Trovo points as well, the Titan points, and yeah, this is pretty exciting. We're going to be getting towards our first game fairly shortly. Going back to what you were talking about, though, the Champ Select, I spent a bit of earlier today sort of thinking, what would I like to see? What would I really hate to see from maybe a caster's perspective? I'm expecting a world where we end up with a tanky support, a mage support, and either an ADC or a high poke damage champ, something like a Ziggs or something like that, which of course has the added bonus of having the extra demolish, keeping everybody alive while giving yourself some engage potential, but also a huge amount of protection, makes a lot of sense to me.
And Stan, I think he's still using a rather different browser, but I'll pick up the slack while he's trying to reconnect. One of the things that I would like to see is, for example, or actually I would like to see, but it happens all the time in ARAM, is these poke comps all the way where you have Lux, you have a Xerath, and the Ziggs. I definitely see that happening. I definitely see one team saying, you know what, let's just do it. Let's just pick a poke comp. Let's just pick something that is good against towers, and let's just annoy and frustrate the enemy team. Is it good? Yeah, sure, it can work, but is it fun to play against? Absolutely not.
All right. Yeah, we are going to have me back again. My apologies for small disconnects. This is the joy of not having to getting to go to studios, which is of course something that we love to do, Zav, when we're casting. I'm here in the UK, you're in Belgium. We're of course hosting this as an EU West kind of big Europe-wide event, and unfortunately just some small teething issues with trying to sort out the connections.
Trying to lay down those pipelines between the UK and between Germany, where our production is. So anyway, just because we're not in the studio doesn't mean we can't have the same studio atmosphere. I mean, Stan, we know each. Let's address the elephant in the room. We obviously known each other for a long time. If you think we would 1v1, 100% honestly, do you think who would win, me or you?
Oh, you see, this one pains me because it's a long time ago.
It's a very dirty question.
I know exactly why you've asked this question, and it's because going back a couple of years ago, before we'd ever had any kind of communication, in terms of playing lots of games together, casting together, we met on the Rift, and we knew each other through a mutual friend, another caster. And we both played in the jungle, and your team beat mine. Considerably walloped us. I want to say that you were playing Lee Sin. You got a few solo kills on me. That was a long time ago. If things went down now, they would go down differently. You would beat me by slightly less.
I was going to say fighting words, but then it's more fighting words, not necessarily a big statement. I actually don't know if I would win, because I know in these, by the way, this is a tip for the caster bash, I am extraordinarily greedy when playing League. That's my biggest disadvantage. I'm a top lane main. The only thing I do is, if I can go for the kill, I will. If I can go for the kill, I will get the kill. That's all I want to do in League. Kill people left, right, and center in the game, obviously, and hope that eventually I'll be snowballing all over, which most of the time doesn't really work out in solo queue. I think we've lost Stan yet again. That doesn't, I mean, if you're here for Stan, well, tough luck. You're stuck here with me for maybe another minute, but it does mean we are slowly but surely going into the champ select of our first game. Now, if the people in the chat want to see the bracket, you can always type !bracket, and it leads you to the Challenger mode site, which gives you all the information you need to know.
I'm managing one heck of a disappearing act. I'm here, I'm not there. This is like some Inception level stuff going on. But yeah, apologies again for on my side. But yeah, we're getting pretty
I
close
should
to being
change
able
your
to get that
casting
first
name
game going.
to. You should change your casting name to the Magnificent Stan. He has the best disappearing acts in the room.
It's not a disappearing act I'm particularly proud of right now, and I'm hoping it's something that goes away sooner rather than later. Unlike me, I hope I don't go away sooner rather than later.
Same goes for me. It's not. I think there was. I'm not going to say the name, but there was this one tournament I once did where I really can't say the name. Sorry, guys. But basically, we had to cast. I don't know how this particular bug happened with one side of the screen and the other caster. So I saw the left side, and the other caster only saw the right side, and we kind of had to make it work. So it was like, you know what? If action happens on your side, you call it, and it happens on my side, I call it, and we'll go over the items one by one we'll go over the items side by side as well.
That's pretty phenomenal. That gives a whole new meaning to a co-op game there, I guess.
True.
But I think for me, I got to take part in a live event once where the firewalls literally set on fire and the internet was down, and we had to remake games until the early hours of the day. We started a best of 5 at 6 o'clock, and at midnight we eventually had to call it and restart the next morning. It was quite the time.
All this waiting around means all of these people the players who are joining this tournament are more and more excited to play in this 3v3. Okay, Stan, if we were in a team, who would you pick?
So if I was drafting, let's say I was a coach for one of these teams coming in, well, I'm going to pause on that one because I'm going to get to find out what the actual players on this team are going to be doing. We are indeed getting to see Champ Select. Remember, this is blind pick, so we're going to be seeing them actually having the option to select themselves exactly what they want. A few hovers already coming in. That Lulu being hovered, that's one of the things I would contemplate. I'm a bit of a sort of a Dirty Master Yi player, and so something along the lines of a Lulu, Yi, and Taric sounds utterly disgusting in my opinion. How about you?
I think the Lulu, the Taric funnel can actually work very well in this 3v3 because normally you need to stop Yi with crowd control, but if you only have 3 people in your team, you need to pick between crowd control and hard CC for Yi, or going with damage with blowing him up. A good counter to that might, of course, be a Syndra, but as you said, if you funnel a Yi, a Syndra isn't going to really blow him up, and he does always have the counter strike to just try and negate these damaging abilities, so that might actually be quite strong. But I do like what the left team is picking here.
It's interesting. Obviously, it's probably slightly better than what we see right team picking at the moment because they've only got one champ being hovered. Obviously, one of the things we're seeing here is the double hover of Orianna. It's a champion that brings so much as a control mage. A little switch there and potentially a Tryndamere to come through.
Tryndamere instead of the Kalista. I mean, you do kind of have delivery system with the potential of Kalista and her ultimate. Kalista is also one of those champions that can do extraordinarily well. But the Kassadin, Lulu, and Camille being locked in alongside an Alawi, that's a champion I haven't seen in a long time in pro play.
It is going to be the Alawi, the Kha'Zix, and the Anivia up against Camille, Lulu, and Kassadin. Straight off the bat, I'm going to ask you the hardest question any caster ever asked their co-caster. Which of those 2 teams do you think's taking the win, just purely based on team comp?
Purely based on team comp, I'd say... Oh, this is a really difficult one. I'd say the team that has gotten the has gotten the Kassadin in purely because Kassadin does particularly well if it's a game that goes really fast. And in ARAM, you do have that opportunity. Also, with the Alawi ultimate with Kassadin, you could just yeet out of there and say, "I'm not dealing with any of this."
Yeah, that is true. I guess. One of the things I spoke about the Yi being protected by a Lulu, you've got something hyperscaling like the Kassadin, so I suppose that falls into the same sort of pattern. These 2 comps, they've not played it safe. They've not gone for maybe something like a Seraphine or a Sona, which we see so often just to keep yourselves alive in this sort of standard ARAMs. They've not gone for something like a Ziggs with long-range poke. The only one really with any considerable poke is going to be the Anivia, and even that's going to be struggling for mana late on.
The thing is with Anivia here, Anivia is notorious for being notoriously difficult to push against because she just late game when she has mana, she can just put down the ultimate. Okay, she freezes everything, the minions die. And normally you would deal around that is by either diving her or working around the side of the map. But this is Howling Abyss. You only have one lane, meaning if Anivia just says, you know what, I'm just going to stall out the game. I'm just going to farm. Well, good luck with dealing with that. And that might be the reason why the Camille and the Keston might come in handy.
Okay, so we are going to be getting into this first game. This is a best of one. Whoever wins this one, progressing through to the semi-finals, gets themselves closer to that bigger prize pool later on. They essentially guarantee themselves more of that prize pool by making sure they're first to fourth. Whoever loses this still gets a bit of the prize pool, gets that 5th to 8th reward. But of course, it's not quite as lucrative as if you get a little bit further into the tournament, Zav.
For the people who are just joining, we are going to play Ziju, or we're going to spec it Zijibolia. I'm not sure if that's correct, but that's the Lord of the Ring reference, and are playing against, help me out, Iamatios, something along those lines.
I'll give you that. I don't think there's going to be any right or wrong way to pronounce that, except for what you just did. That was definitely the wrong way. But going back, you asked me what my draft would be. Didn't ever get to hear what your 3 would be.
My 3, I think something along. Okay, if you really want to annoy the enemy team, I think if you take a Seraphine, a Senna, and then maybe some bruiserish, like something like a Darius, something like maybe even a Yi wouldn't actually do that bad. You can poke them out. You have a lot of healing. You also have CC, and you have engage. So it's basically everything you need in the team. The one thing you might not have is tankiness, but I mean, you really need it at that point.
A fair question. It's maybe something that we might get to see later on. We've got plenty of games to cover. We are going to be following all 4 of the quarterfinals. Then we'll be showing you best of 3 semifinals before our eventual best of 3 grand final. Mixed in amongst that as well, we will have our Caster Bash going. Make sure to type exclamation. I would think it's exclamation Caster Bash to join the raffle, the opportunity to play against either myself or Zav. One person will play against each. There will be a €50 prize if you manage to pick up the win. Also, we might even get to talk about rollovers later on. But right now, hopefully we're not going to be talking about a rollover because I don't want to see either of these 2 teams rolling over the other one. We're expecting a good old bash between these 2 teams.
Okay, I really want to know how these level 1s or level 3 in this case go on, because are we going to see this a lot where they're just going to run into each other?
Right down the middle we go, already allowing managing to get hold of a soul, jumping in. We're going to see Camille trying to get the damage, trying to get first blood onto the Kazakh, who is just about able to survive this encounter.
Ooh, gets away there, but the Kazakhs is pretty badly hurt. The rest of the team is able to get away. These souls are so important. Once again, it's Howling Abyss. You're in a single lane. If a soul is pulled out of you, it's just free poke from the Alawi, or it forces you into a bad spot. Luckily, you have 2 other people helping you out, taking down those tentacles.
It is, of course, Howling Abyss, so you've got options for the summoners, maybe slightly more than you normally would, with things like Mark Dash and also having the ability to pick up Clarity, which, of course, is no more on the Rift. Right now, we do see Part 32 going very, very aggressive, but without the help of their team. They're the ones going lower. They're going to go down for first blood, and Nivea picks it up.
First blood in our birthday basher. That's pretty important when the Alawi is going quite low. Needs to be careful. The Keston might still get a lost Q in time, but eventually got out to safety. Oh, have I spoken too soon? The Ignite comes on Alawi.
Alawi is going to drop eventually to a turret shot, but it was very much so. I get fed, you get wrecked with the Ignite, picking that one up. Opting into Flash Ignite on the Caston. We see Flash Exhaust for the Lulu. Flash Barrier on the Camille. Over on the other side of the Rift, it's going to be Ignite Exhaust on that exceptionally aggressive Alawi, who's just been able to pick up a longsword on that back. It's going to be Mark Dash alongside Exhaust for the Kazakhs. It's Flash Exhaust for the Anivia.
4 tiers have been picked up as well, especially alongside the top team, the red team here. They've picked up 3 tiers, meaning that they really want to spam out the skills. That's something that's so important in this map, because you cannot back. The fountain will not heal you, meaning resource management sometimes is even more important than actually getting the kills in. Think of ARAM. Think of when you're playing ARAM and you think, I'm sitting on a lot of gold, I really don't have any health. Yes, isn't it better sometimes to just go, you know what, just kill me so I can back and cash in?
Yeah, Howling Abyss is not somewhere that plays to the strengths of KDA players, to people like your Zerefs and your Luxes who are getting loads and loads of kills, loads of assists, but they're stuck there with 6k gold. Right now, flash out from Part 32 as they are worried that they have gone too far, but they are going to be able to get themselves out to safety.
This is the power of being able to poke people out with the Alawi tentacles, and as soon as she really comes online with the Anivia. So the blue team is definitely struggling. They're continuously pushed back. The one advantage they do have is nobody is able to take down the turret because they don't really have ranged champions with auto attacks. Well, Anivia, but I mean, yeah.
Oh, crucially, Part 32 does not have the Hextech ultimatum available. However, Castin does have. His Riftwalk is going to go straight in, trying to get the damage down, gets the World Growth, but eventually gets killed off by the Anivia, who gets their second kill of the game. And now there will again be the opportunity for Zidu Brolia to try and step forward to quickly clear out this wave and maybe to get more damage onto the turret.
Good thing that they were actually fighting. Well, of course, good thing that they won the game. Oh, here we see another engage, but is it too soon? The Hextech ultimatum will get a kill for Part.
Yeah, as you say, it does, and with an overstep from the Kazakhs, it's going to be a 2-for-0 on this trade. Still, the damage on the turret is significant. We are going to see the free kill being passed over to the Castan, and crucially, that shut down gold as well.
It's good that you get an ace here. Kill 3 people from the enemy team. You have an advantage to, first of all, exactly go for the execute. You give a kill away, you give a lot of gold away, but you do reset, meaning that you're able to spend all of that gold, especially for champions like Anivia. It's super important that you have mana. It's super important that you can get those items. Champions like Alawi don't really suffer all that much in these early levels because they have pretty high base stats. That's basically what their kit revolves around. So once again, resource management and having an ebb and flow of tempo can make or break the game. I think Stan once again dubbed out of this one because of technical issues, but it is I get fed, I get wrecked trying to go for another kill. The Kazakhs goes down, isn't able to finish him off just yet, and it's a 2v3 situation right now for Zidu Brolia, or Brotherhood of the Rings, as Google Translate told me. Now, with the Anivia, she can just keep on sieging or counter-sieging these waves. Do I have you back, Stan?
Of course you do. It might be a 3v2 going on the Rift, but we're not going to leave you as one all by yourself on the casting desk. At least not for too long, hopefully. And we're going to make sure we sort things out when we do go to a break a little bit later on. But for right now, all I can tell you is this is a pretty tightly contested affair between these two teams.
5 and 3 in kills. Gold-wise, it's pretty similar, but here comes another engage.
Aggression from Camille. Castin follows it up. Lulu hovering on the back lines, but Kazakhs is able to pick up the first kill of this trade. They're trying to get it back, but Camille just doesn't have the damage, and somehow it's a 2-for-0 for Zidu Brolia, and they are coming up happier out of this exchange. Lulu does manage to pick up one onto the Kazakhs. That's not exactly where you want the gold to go. We're going to see first turret falling. Meanwhile, Resting Top going aggressive, trying to find yet more. Not even dying to the Lulu, and will step forward to second turret.
The second turrets will go down pretty fast with these champions when they start scaling as well, especially with some auto attack reset. This kill was given over. I get fed and you get wrecked. Do you want to take down the Zenivia, or do you want to starve her for items?
I mean, I think the problem at this point is they're stacking up the tier very, very nicely. On next back, maybe they have enough gold to even complete their tier item, going straight towards the Archangels. I'm not entirely sure you actually want to kill the Anivia at this moment.
Yeah, you want to keep her alive at this point. You want to make sure that she is the smallest threat she can be. And the only way to do that is make sure that she doesn't go back to the shop and actually catch those items in. Now, it is the Greek team, I'm going to call them because I have no idea how to pronounce this, is going to try and slowly but surely build up a little wave here, slow push, and eventually go for a dive. They have the opportunity with the Keston, with the Camille, to also get back up in there. So as soon as you dive and you finish the kill, and you finish the team fight, you can win. But the Alawi is such a threat.
We've seen this before. Is going to be the leap of faith coming out of Alawi, but getting killed off by the Camille. Anivia doing great work on the back line, however, and in the end, it's going to be a 3-for-1. Yet again, Zidu Brolia coming out on top. Now they can step forward to try and pick up that second turret to expose the inhibitor.
Zidi Brolia is playing it perfectly. They know engaging on the Alawi, she draws so much attention. She does so much damage, and she can control these fights. There is no way for a Greek team here to actually push up. This inhibitor will be taken down, or should be taken down as fast as possible, and then you might actually go for the death. You might say, you know what? Here, good idea, good time to reset.
Might have been, but it's not going to be what Anivia opts into doing. Instead, escaping into the night with the Kazakhs. We've got some crucial items having been completed now as well. Starting to see those mythics coming in.
Staff of Flowing Water is not a mythic on the Lulu, but especially the Luden's Echo and the Trinity Force. The Trinity Force on the blue team might make the difference. Once again, the champions on the blue team, they really scale well. The Keston scales, the Camille scales, and they go for an engage again.
They scale, but they've gone for the fight now, and they're going into that Gore Drinker, going into that Eclipse, and straight away the damage is huge on part 32, but they're the ones who...
They're the ones who might be able to finish off this team fight, and once again, they're not able to take down this team. Maybe their scaling is their weak side right now, because they can't get to that scaling. They're not able to deal with these champions, and this first inhibitor will go down for Zidu Brolia. Can they push? Are they going to decide to really go very ham? I think you have to. The Lulu is not able to solo defend here. This turret is taking quite a bashing, but the rest of her team is up. Here comes the hookshot. Resting in top is taking so much damage and is going down alongside with the Anivia. Her passive is procced, and yes, you win the fight, but the goal difference is there, and especially, can you stall this game if you are a blue team?
Yeah, it's a really good question. So tough for IMOs right now. They...
think we did lose Stan. Apologies to our viewers. We're going to try and fix that as soon as possible. Oh, the Lulu was trying to go for an execute, but didn't quite get there in the end. Now, I keep talking about scaling. I keep talking about the Camille and especially the Keston. Don't underestimate them so far, because as long as your Nexus stands, this Keston will scale. As soon as he reaches level 16, he might be able to get onto that backline, get an Anivia, and then just ult behind them. Just keep on ulting and then eventually catch the wave. It's so important for them to just stall out this game. But Zidu Brolia has everything they need to try and finish it out here.
They're going to look to brute force it right here, right now, potentially with the super minions crashing down. And as the IMOs don't have something like the Anivia, they can't clear quite so easily.
They don't really have a lot of clear. The Lulu is your main amount of, I want to say, your main utility to clear waves. Ooh, this ghost is very important.
Yeah, it was flashed away from quite instinctively by the Lulu, who's already down low. In goes the Kassadin, taken lower and lower, and if it stays alive, but only so long. Kassadin is going to die. Part 32 able to work. The 2 versus 2 continues. Lulu unable to aid the Camille any further. Gets caught by the Mark Dash. It's going to be the double kill coming in for Foxecution. Looks like it's going to be the game-winning play for Zidu Brolia.
Zidu Brolia will advance to the next stage, and the scaling was there, but they didn't have the time. Our blue team, our Greek team, realized that we can't win this. The last fight was one of the closer ones we saw this game, but it wasn't enough when Zidu Brolia won.
We saw the scaling starting to work out for the casting. We saw Camille able to find some picks, but in the end, picks with Lulu not able to help out quite enough to turn the tide. It was Zidu Brolia who are triumphant to progress to the semi-finals.
Yeah, and this is actually a composition I didn't think about, having the Keston and the Camille with the Lulu. I can see the idea behind it. So you have the Keston and the Camille jumping in from 2 sides, and then eventually you have the Wild Growth from Lulu, who's able to disrupt everything. But the Alawi had such a strong presence in the early game that it just made no difference, and the difference it did make was Zidu Brolia advancing to the semi-final,
where they will face either Tricksters or Fikoli. Down on the other side, we do see the KWs, FMW, Nazguls, and Wood 5 Titans, all hoping to step into the semi-finals as well. And very soon we're going to find out just who will be meeting up with Zidu Brolia further down the line.
I'm thinking how the comp we just saw from the Greek team, how we can actually switch it up a bit to make sure you don't run into the same issues. Maybe change out the Keston, because I feel like the Camille was doing her job well and that was well executed, but the Keston, the pick on itself was kind of an issue. Maybe you need something that actually either helps the Camille or is maybe even another form of engage, something like Do I dare to say, or I think maybe like a Zion is a better pick here against something like that, purely because it survives those fights.
My biggest problem from the IM Oats team was probably the lack of wave clear, if I'm honest. It felt like Anivia was just consistently able to shove, and it didn't matter if they got a load of items or not. Whereas over on the other side of the rift, it got so hard, especially as they got put further behind.
Yeah, no, I tend to agree. The wave clear just wasn't there. I mean, at a certain point, we even said it in game, Lulu is the biggest person, the champion who can wave clear the most. That isn't really reassuring, is it, when you know you're getting pushed in by a Kha'Zix and an Alawi?
Yeah, a valid point. Just quickly, a shout out to everybody out there in chat. Thank you so much for joining us for this broadcast. It's great to be here for the birthday bash. And if you want the opportunity to win some Trovo Titans money all for yourself, make sure you put !bash in chat. Give yourself the opportunity to enter that raffle. 2 people will face off against either myself or Zav later today.
One of those will win, at least. We're hoping that I'm really competitive, Stan. I really want to win. I've been a person, I can handle a loss. I can handle a loss like on the surface, but inside I'm seething when I lose a game. I'm seething when I lose at board games. I'm like, oh, did you have fun? Yeah, I did. Yeah, it was super fun. It was super fun losing to you. Let's play again. When I say let's play again, it isn't because I had much fun. It's because I want to beat you the next time. So please enter the exclamation mark ref coster.
I like the way you're essentially pulling back the curtain on some of our our time spent together as well. I host a board games evening. You're a regular part of it. I'm always a games master, and you're always a player in this instance. Nice to hear exactly what you're thinking when you're losing those games. But I mean, let me pull the curtain back even further and tell you why I don't play those games. It's because I am not a good loser. I do not play well with others. So yeah, there we go.
So a little behind the scenes. Me and Stan, as you said, we play games. You host a game tournament. Well, you host a sort of board game online. And Stan is a game master there, and Stan loves to mess around with what's happening. I think you're quite good at it. Sometimes you do these things, and all of us are sitting in our Discord call knowing, oh no way Stan has pulled this off. No, he has made this particular situation, without going into too much details. And then later, I think sometimes we had one game, the game lasted for 2 hours, and we were discussing the games afterwards, and the discussion lasted for 3 hours.
Yeah, by which point I'd done the damage. I'd been chaotic evil. I'd got out of there. I didn't have to deal with the fallout. So I'm okay with that. As far as I'm concerned, I've done my job. Speaking of doing my job, let's make things a little bit interesting. I am going to give you an opportunity in chat to impact potentially someone else's game a little bit later on, because as I said, I'll be doing one of these 2 games. The first League of Legends champion name that I see appear in chat, that's what I will play, starting now.
Ooh, daring. I'm keeping my eyes on chat.
I'm glad that you weren't typing in it, because yeah, that wouldn't have been great for me.
No. I'll leave this up to the viewers. I'll leave this up to the audience.
Oh no!
Of course it's Yumi. Of course it's Yumi.
Why have you done this to me?
Of course it's cryptic. You know what? I'll match you, Stan. I'll do the same. The first name I see, I'll pick that particular champion. Poppy! Hey, there we go. Not gonna lie, Stan, I would love to play Poppy, but I would really hate playing Yumi and an ARAM. I think I'd even build her AD at that point, because it's no use if you want to pick her in a 1v1 to build her AP. Just try and go all out. Just try and see if you can get something along those lines. Alustriga with the Master Yi, man, you should have 30 seconds sooner, man. Master Yi would have been able to actually win a 1v1.
So here's the thing, Cryptic. As you've probably noticed, I'm having some minor issues with connectivity, and you thought, oh, it'd be really nice for this caster who's he's having a rough time. Let's give him Yumi for a 1v1.
Yeah, I love it. Just please make him play Yumi every day.
going to happen. Did I hear you say that you were going to do the same, or are you just you 100%
Yeah, I did do
picking
the
your own champ?
same, and it was Stelixa who picked Poppy for me. So I used to play a lot more of Poppy. I used to actually play her a lot before the rework, when she was really fun to play. One of her ultimates was so simple, but yet so strong. You were literally invulnerable except to one person. Now, these are the type of champions I like to see. The Darius, the Jax, the Nessus even, and actually might be an AP Nessus.
Well, we gotta wait. We can't talk too much about potential hovers because, of course, people might just be just playing fast and loose with those ones, and then we get to actually see what we get as we get towards 45 seconds time. So
champions who are, I keep saying this particular buzzword, but resource management is really important in this tournament. You want to pick champions that preferably not even have mana issues. Now, you do get extra mana regen on Howling Abyss. That's a perk of the map. That's why some of these champions, like Nivea, tend to actually still be useful in the early game. But if you pick a champion like, for example, a Tryndamere or a Jax, who should never suffer with mana issues, you have an opportunity to just continue on the aggression.
okay, well, we got ourselves just a couple of moments until the lock-ins are completed. It is going to be the Jinx. It is going to be the Rise. It is going to eventually, I believe, be the set. I think that one has fully timed out. Aurelia, Azir, Tryndamere will be the competition. Thoughts, Zav?
Let me just, hey, little trick. I screenshot it so I know exactly what comp they're playing. I love the Aurelia and the Azir, purely because the Aurelia is always a strong pick. It's always a pick that can actually do great. It's also a pick that when you get to a point when you're like 2 items, 2.5 items in, if you're not facing 5 people, you're actually able to get those outplays in and to make sure that you need sometimes against the Fed Aurelia, you need more than 3 people. Now, it's a set, a Jinx, and a Rise. So that's heck of a lot of damage that can come out. So especially with the Rise, just reach level 16, just get 2 items, and the Rise should be able to blow you up. Now for both teams, I'm looking at, I kind of want to give it to the team with Aurelia, Azir, and Tryndamere, purely because those 3 particular champions are a nuisance to deal with and are mobile, can dish out damage, and can actually build Bruise Rush if they need to.
Interesting. I quite like what I'm seeing on the blue side of the Rift. Jinx, known for the ability to eat through turrets should you get any alone time with them. Also puts down a good bit of damage, will have some wave clear as well. Rise will have plenty of wave clear given a certain amount of time. And the set is there for the potential engage as well. I'm actually fancying the blue team on this one. So we seem to be agreeing to disagree.
Agreeing to disagree. That's the way I like my calls. I don't know. Not particularly sure why I said that, but mostly it's purely because then you have a conversation going. I'm not particularly sure this Jinx and this Rise will be able to do all that much in these team fights because you have the Tryndamere, the Azir, and the Aurelia who have that engage potential. They can quickly just jump onto you, and the Jinx needs to be protected. And let's say, okay, the set can protect the Jinx, but then the Rise isn't protected. The Rise can be taken down by Tryndamere. Aurelia and Tryndamere just split up. They just each go after a carry. If one of your carry getters dies, that's fine, because you eventually killed Rise or Jinx, and then you just continue the onslaught.
All right, let's make this interesting then, Zav.
Okay.
So we've already had our champions selected for us by the great people in chat. How about this one? So I'm backing blue team. You're backing red team.
Yeah.
Whoever is right gets to pick the main keystone for the other person in their game.
Ooh, I really like that though. I'll agree. I'll take that bet. Yep. So
Okay.
Red team, please. I'm just gonna quickly look up who it is again. I think it's Tricksters or I know it's Tricksters or Ficoli, but I don't know who is red and who is blue. So let me just quickly check it here.
I think that I have a feeling that you're with Ficoli and I'm with Tricksters, but we'll see as we get into game. It'll all be up there for us. Either way, you're hoping for a red team win. I am backing the Jinx. Always back a Jinx.
Always back the Jinx. Yeah, you're correct. So Ficoli is on my side, or is my team the team I'm betting on, and your team is Trickster. Okay, this is interesting. So waiting out the 3 minutes, waiting out this particular tense moment to see which of our two teams is gonna win. Do you feel like a puppet master right now, where you have, "Come on, my minions, let's finish them off. I need to make sure Stan picks Omni Stone."
You see, I don't feel like that at all, because unlike when I'm controlling those board games evenings you were talking about earlier on, Exodus, haven't had any control over the picks here, or whether mine are a team of Wood 5 players and yours are all, maybe smurfing it up in Masters. So I'm just hoping that I've managed to back the right horse. If not, well, my already doomed Yumi performance just got a little bit more doomed. We are going to see ourselves onto the abyss once more. The three members of this team are going to step on up. Are we going to see any level 1 shenanigans like we did in the last game?
Once again, it is not the two teams you're seeing right now. It is Fakoli versus Tricksters, a level 1 shenanigans for certain champions. Like a Trinamir, level 1 is really strong. A little tidbit of information. Trinamir is a champion who has the most base AD, level 1, and I think level 2 and 3 that kind of still collide, so meaning that it's a champion that you do not want to particularly fight in these early levels. Now, Set, of course, does have the double punch every time, so he may be able to take on a Trinamir. We haven't really talked about runes and summoners. Not something that is particularly out of the ordinary. Maybe the Aurelion not taking flesh.
I think the Hail of Blades that we're going to see proccing from the Azir could be quite nasty for the Tricksters to have to deal with as things go on, especially if it's more extended fights rather than the consistent skirmishes from last time round. We are eventually seeing a little bit of a trade. Of course, I said earlier on it was some level 1 trades. That never happens on the Abyss. Things start off at level 3, everybody getting themselves up to level 4 nice and quickly, and plenty of damage to be put down by both of these teams.
I like what they're doing here. So they're making sure that Kiribis, that the Aurelia is able to, from continuously lost hit the minions, but the might able to lost hit the champions as well. That's the first blood going to the Aurelia, and the red team Fakoli is still looking strong. She has that 7 CS, but most importantly, she has that first blood, and Tricksters is quite low. They're able to heal up with a health relic. But it does mean that they are already a little bit of a fickle spot as soon as level 6 is hit by Fakoli, which is most likely going to be sooner because they have more HP. Stuff is going to go down. Pharaoh TV trying to get something off, but he just doesn't connect. It's yet another kill. It's a double kill for the Urella. She's still tanking turret. Is she going to get the triple? Yes, absolutely. And this is a 2-minute game, and this first turret is already about to fall.
It's been absolutely obliterated, just like the Tricksters in that fight under their own turret as well. Potential for a Sundisc to come through soon as well. Haven't even seen level 6 hit the golden. They're already going aggressive. We are going to see the Trinamir rooted underneath the turret. Will eventually die off to this one. Big old slam coming out of the set as he tries to find a second kill. It is going to be a little bit of a shuffle from Manda as they try to get themselves out to safety, but there was no safety to be found there. They were a long way from home.
Actually quite like the move that Mandarin made there with the Azir just going into the minions and actually pulling the wave a little bit longer. So what you're doing is you're stalling the wave, making sure that when you respawn, the rest of your team is there to just take it up again, and you're not fighting in a 2v3 situation. You have all of your teammates to back you up.
Well, a reasonable gold lead for Fakoli. It's only 400 or so. It's going to be a long sword extra in somebody's pocket. We're seeing Aurelia picking up the majority of the CS for Fakoli. Also having those 4 kills to their name. They are going to be absolutely disgusting. But it's the Tryndamere who's gone aggressive, spun away, is going to get pulled back by the Facebreaker. But the Haymaker comes out too late. The shield is not enough.
Whoa!
The Realm Warp is used, and it is not going to save anybody's life there. Sekiju is going to die off to Aaron.
Fakoli with just the mad mechanics pulling it down, throwing it down, not pulling it out, throwing it down and saying, you're not going to win any fights. This second turret might go down really quick. Look at the goal difference here. As you said, huge for the Aurelia, and the rest of the team, it's kind of similar, but the Aurelia definitely has a big lead. The second turret falls. Is Tricksters going to survive, Stan?
Rise's root's going to connect, however, the super mega death rocket is not. A big old bash down from the showstopper. Aren will take one last turret shot and it will be enough for the shutdown, but yet again a 1-for-1. All of this going in Fakoli's favor as they take down the inhibitor in 4 minutes.
This is a very snowballing game. It's such a snowballing game. You get a double stun off, and
absolute precision there. Beautiful stuff. Fakoli looking great. Oh boy, it feels bad to be back in the Trickster's horse right now. Maybe there's a comeback.
There is a comeback potential. They do still need to take down these two Nexus turrets. Right now you have the Aurelia going up and actually getting a kill on the Jinx! Maybe a
not
second
just one. Yeah, the assist as well to the second as Manda picks up the remains of the set as well. Now it's just going to be the Azir and the Ryze trying to duke it out, but Azir already shoving this wave straight in. The next wave that arrives will have super minions and Trindamir's back too. That's going to be a big old dive in. Manda goes for the damage. Manda gets killed off, but will be able to get something to go on top of that. Leander is.
Aaron is still there. He takes away the health relic, making sure Tricksters isn't able to get those resources in. But Tricksters is in such a difficult spot. Yeah, sure, you can farm extra with the inhibitor being taken down. That's something that's very important because these super minions do give you more gold. However, are you gonna survive? Look how low Sekio is. Look how low he just can't do anything anymore. The Aurelia will jump onto him and he will be bursted down.
Yeah, it feels pretty bad for the Tricksters right now. Ficoli are at such a point of strength that it doesn't feel like there's going to be any way to stop them. At least there's relatively decent wave clear for the Ryze with the Jinx as well. But that right now is all Tricksters can do. They're essentially waiting for Ficoli to pick their moment.
I do like what the Aurelia has done here. So first of all, she picked her mythic item and then she wants to do a little bit more defensive. Lowering the AD, which is what you're gonna need to do. This might be an engage.
Flash away from Sekiju, staying alive, getting the wave cleared down. In goes the set, trying to play a disruptor, but Aurelia just steps forward and takes down the turret. The next thing fall will be the set. Eren stays alive on the back of the ultimate, and it is going to be the game. Ficoli pick up the win and progress to the semi-finals.
Yeah, so Stan, you know what that means. Besides, of course, Ficoli doing a fantastic job, I bet on the right horse, meaning I get to pick your runes, or at least I get to pick your keystone in the caster bash. Now, am I a generous god here?
No, we both know you're not.
No,
I know how many times I've screwed you playing board games, and I know for a fact this is not going to end well for me.
I might be in a generous mood. I might give you something like precision. I might give you.
You're speaking like Gentleman Cho'Gath. Of course, you're not in a generous mood.
We'll see how that eventually.
The only generosity you have is making sure that someone wonderful out there in our chat is going to be getting 50 euros. Make sure you exclamation Castabash if you want to be in the chance of playing against my Yumi that's probably going to have like Aftershock or something. But right now, let's look at our first semi-final matchup. It's going to be Zidu Broya going up against Ficoli in our first semi-final.
And the other side of the bracket, it is still the KW is FMW, Nazgul, and Wood v Titans, who are going to play through the quarterfinals and semifinals. All of these will be played today, and they'll be played pretty quickly if Tricksters and Ficoli, especially Ficoli, has anything to say about it, because those games are fast. Once again, if you're just joining the stream, you can actually play against us. You can actually make me shut my big mouth by beating me in a caster bash, in a 1v1. And if you win, you can get some sweet money.
And a reminder, you do need to have an EU West account to be able to play against us today. If you're out there and you're on EU Northeast, then tomorrow is your opportunity. We'll be back with another of these tournaments. That one will be played on EU Northeast, as will the caster batch matchups.
Most definitely. Now, I'm really looking forward to seeing sort of a meta almost develop, and that's something we didn't really see these first two games. These are just best of ones, but be careful, because as soon as we move on, best of threes are coming in, so meaning you can actually change up your composition.
And one of the nicest things as well about the fact that we're getting to cover each of these quarterfinals, Zav, is the fact that we are going to, each of the teams is going to come in with exactly the same amount of information on their potential rivals. Right now, before we see our last two quarterfinals, we are going to take ourselves a short break, but please stay tuned here on Trovo Titans, because we are coming back with yet more fantastic Howling Abyss action very soon. Thank you for sticking around. We're coming up to our third and fourth quarterfinals. Soon our semi-final lineup will be entirely known. Exciting times, Xavier.
Exciting time.
Exciting times.
I should be able to pronounce next since, my name starts with one and my caster name also starts with one. But yes, exciting times all around. And Stan, I want to give you a little wage here. So you won the first bet where, I can pick your keystone in the 1v1. Let's say for the second team, let's say we'll do it again and you get to pick, how do we want to do the same? You get to pick my summoners.
Ooh,
or we get to pick each other's summoners, the person who wins. I think that might be fairly interesting.
Okay, I'll Or are you playing Poppy? Okay, here we go. I'll make the deal what I consider to be interesting, by which I mean more beneficial for me. So if I predict the next winner correctly after seeing the draft, then I get to pick your keystone still and one of your two summoner spells. If, however, you win, you can pick both of my summoners.
I say that's a fair deal. I think that's a fair deal to make. Yeah.
Bearing in mind that I am playing Yuumi and you got Poppy.
True, I got the better hand. I mean, I got dealt a better hand with the Poppy because Poppy's actually surprisingly strong in 1v1s, especially those early levels. I shouldn't actually say this. I should bait my opponents. But anyway,
it's Poppy's super weak. Just go in as soon as she throws the butler in the air.
Yeah, take Camille. Camille, I mean, Poppy doesn't have a thing that can cancel out dashes, right? No, not at all.
I mean, I'm just like, I don't even take a point in W, right? As Yuumi, like that's completely pointless.
No. I wouldn't even use skills. I would just go full AD if you have the Yuumi. I wouldn't even.
Oh, I'm so worried. I'm so worried. Okay, well here we go. We're straight into pick and bang. So let's talk about matches that we actually know about rather than future ones up and coming. Yeah, this is our third match. So who are we seeing this time?
This time we're seeing the KEKWs versus FMW. KEKW is on the left side, meaning we're still gonna wait to see. Some of these picks are quite nice. I'm really liking what I'm seeing so far. I'm not gonna spell out the champions' names to keep a little bit competitive integrity going. On the right side, now, okay, I can talk about this. Can I? And then I see a potential Teemo from one of the two teams.
Well, I do remember our fantastic production saying that if Teemo is picked, we have the ability to just kick people from the tournament. I think they were joking, but even
unlimited power.
Just picking the Teemo in a 3v3, that's a feels bad right there.
The shrooms. The thing is with Teemo, it's so difficult to. You got oracles out of the game, which kind of was an issue, and now the cannon minions give you an oracle where you can actually see the shrooms, meaning sometimes the shrooms are so impactful and sometimes they're just not. So Teemo is a good pick if you want to advance, if you want to make sure that you can actually keep going. Okay.
I feel personally targeted. We've got Nautilus Rise and Yuumi going up against Nocturne, Aurelia, and LeBlanc.
Okay, since you lost, you can get the first pick of the team you think will win.
Cool. Well, in which case, I am going to take our red side team here. I think that things as they stand look pretty good for FMW. I like their draft. We've just seen what an Aurelia can do and how effective that can be. Nocturne brings a huge.
While Stan does his untrue explanation of the red team, I actually think he's underestimating the Yuumi. I think the Yuumi is a particularly strong pick alongside with a Nautilus and a Rise. I think if you can get if you need to keep the Rise alive, that's why you pick it. You pick the Nautilus purely as a frontline, as protection, as CC, as engage, everything you need. And then the Yuumi is your healer for the Rise. Obviously, you go with something along the lines of Moonstaff, Staff of Flowing Water, and Moonstone Renewer, or you might be inclined to give a Rise a little bit more AP. So 300 Clown Fiesta, don't let me down, because a lot is depending on your play style.
I will apologize to anybody, because it's annoying when I keep disappearing, and so I come with my apology. Here we go. It's Loki. Loki says sorry. How can you be mad at that face? How can you be mad at that face? You can't. Okay. That's how. She had to have a nails tip this morning, and she was not happy about it.
That's cheating, Stan, because the audience might be mad at you, but it cannot be mad at Loki. So, damn,
Exactly.
I should have a like. I used to have a lot of cats at my mom's. I don't have any pets at the moment. I did just move in.
Did.
I'm talking it over with a person with my girlfriend. She desperately wants a cat, which she is incidentally because I got her into playing League of Legends. She says if we get a cat, you're gonna call her Yumi. So I might get
that would be
very
pretty
own
great.
Yumi at home.
Well, yeah, you know what? I will always encourage people to have pets if they're able to look after them responsibly, and I certainly think you would be able to. That's as long as you don't lock yourself outside anymore, Zav.
Yeah. One of my better tweets.
Care to tell us what happened there?
One of my better tweets this year. So I was moving into my new apartment. Everything was great. I was so happy with it. I spent months looking around the place, spent months renovating this place. And then the first day I moved in, literally the first day, as the cable guy was coming to install my internet, I locked myself out of my apartment onto my balcony. I didn't have any phone numbers from my neighbors. I think it was a Tuesday around 2 p.m. So everybody was obviously working. So didn't really think my neighbors were home. And I was stuck there on my balcony with literally no one to call because my landlord was also out of their home, also working. So I was like, what do I do? Luckily, and this is the fun part of the story, the cable guy who came, he called up, like, okay, hey, I'm here. Can you open the door? Well, no, I can't open the door. So I had to tell the cable guy, can you ring all of the doorbells in my building, see if anybody responds. Luckily, the door to my apartment was still unlocked. See if they can get in, can get in, and actually free me from my quite precarious position. Now, if you say, well, Exodus, you're not really brave, are you? Could have just climbed over your balcony. Wrong. I did try that, and then I realized I'm gonna break my neck. And then I wouldn't have been here to cast the Trovo Titans Birthday Bash.
And that would have been all of our losses. Make sure you stay tuned for more fantastic tales of Stan and Zav. We'll have more of those as the day goes on. That one's particularly wonderful. Something else that might be particularly wonderful, we're going to be getting into the game in just a moment. We're jumping onto the Abyss. We'll be seeing these two teams playing things out. And yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about my chances here. I'm especially liking what I'm seeing with the Aurelia Nocturne LeBlanc.
Yeah, it's a very strong combination. In Aurelia Nocturne LeBlanc, Aurelia Nocturne kind of in a similar spot where they can jump onto you. The Aurelia dishing out a little bit more damage, but the Nocturne has more utility. And LeBlanc is great because this team composition with the Nautilus Rise Yumi, you basically need to protect the Rise. If you can keep the Rise alive, you win. You let Rise take all the CS. But with LeBlanc, you can just try and go for a flank. You combine the ultimate, so you just make sure that Nocturne ults first. You have the Paranoia. Yes, obviously, it's on a big map in Howling Abyss. But if the LeBlanc finds any way to flank, finds any way to just jump on the Rise and burst him, you should auto-win the fight.
Okay, well, we'll see if it plays out like you're saying, but never know. A Yumi, what can I say? It's got a lot of potential for surprise, as I'm sure you'll find out later when we see the Caster Bash challenge. We are on to the Abyss once more for the third time today, our penultimate quarterfinal. We will know 3 of the 4 teams that will be duking it out for the main part of this prize pool on the back of this game. And already we can see FMW stepping forward, trying to get themselves in pole position. Is going to be just taking their spot, taking their time, waiting things out. Yumi is going to actually be UB this time rather than the Yumi, so that's that makes things a little bit more colourful out on the map.
I do love that FMW has gone for these, I think it's called the Guardian's Hammer, the Howling Abyss items. They are super gold efficient. Unless you get to like really late game, in a tournament like this, you should always try and see if these Guardian items do fit into your build, because they are, once again, so gold efficient, they give you resource management through the roof.
Yep, nice bit of early damage put down, but it's negated quite quickly by Yumi jumping aboard the Rise, and they're going to be looking through that time and time again, but the stun is going to connect. Rise in all sorts of trouble, being burned down, getting obliterated by LeBlanc. Could be a 2-for-1, so we're going to see Nautilus dying off as well, and much like me later on, the Yumi is left alone to try and protect the turret.
And the demolish pick is so strong because look how fast this turret is going down as well. I think it was 2 minutes and 10 in the previous game. Right now it's 1 minute 40 where the first turret has already been taken down. The Rise pick, I get protect the Rise comp, but can you survive until then?
Well, so far the answer has been no. Level 4 only just attained for Clown Fiesta, and they've already had that first death to their name. They pick up a little bit extra. I think it was just a fairy charm on the back of that death, but that's certainly not going to be helping.
The fairy charm, the Yuumi needs a lot of mana regen. Yuumi, a champion that can actually stay alive in... Oh, the Nautilus, what's he doing?
Oh, the double root connects onto the Nautilus, but the spell shield from Nocturne not enough to stop. Of course, a turret shot coming in. It's going to be a double kill for the Yuumi, looking to try and make it a triple, trying to complete the ace. It's going to be LeBlanc doing all they can, taking out the Rise before eventually falling to the Nautilus. Parity is restored in terms of kills, but this is just an opportunity for a refresh for FMW.
Stan, I did tell you were underestimating the Yuumi pick here. Okay, KWs, I need this win because I want to have decent summoners. So, the 2 kills going over to the Yuumi, not particularly great. The death timers, because we're not even at the minute 3 mark, so executing here wasn't really worth it. Right now, FMW is in such a strong position, and they can actually try and keep on this aggressiveness. They can actually try and go for maybe a dive here. Level 6 is unlocked for 2 out of their 3 members. If LeBlanc hits it, you might see an engage.
Stun after stun connecting from this Aurelia, but they're the ones who take more damage from this one being prisoned up. Meanwhile, the Yuumi actually able to heal all the damage that's been put down by the Aurelia. That's not true this time as LeBlanc dashes in. Nocturne throws down the Paranoia, and it's going to be a shutdown bonus for LeBlanc, finishing off the Yuumi. However, caught between 2 turrets now, it's down to the Nocturne and the Aurelia to see what they can try and do. Nautilus and Rise trying to find themselves killed. The Nocturne will escape. Mid lane Monarch doing good damage, putting down the Ignite, finding the kill, just about staying alive, taking the turret shot intentionally to make sure they get shut down, they get a reset, and another demolish proc comes in, second turret in danger.
This is a very fast game. We're 4 minutes in and the second turret is about to fall. This inhibitor might be taken down as well. Now, the rest of the KWs has arrived to the scene. Halfway health for this inhibitor.
Oh, LeBlanc's doing work. The clone's going to die, and so is the regular. It's going to be the final chapter coming out of Yuumi as they try to save the inhibitor and are successful. KW's turn this one around and get 2 of those kills onto the Rise.
Gold-wise, there's definitely a big lead for FMW. Well, big as in 1k lead. Most of that gold difference, though, is between the LeBlanc and between the Yuumi. The FMW knows that, hey, if we can get a win here, is mid lane Monarch going to go for a 1v3 outplay?
It feels like they're going to have to. Surely they can't go completely unspotted here. And as we see Rise walking to the bush, that's going to be Aurelia's opportunity to go. Dashing forward, dashing back, getting LeBlanc joining the party, flashing forward, finding the route to connect onto the Rise, who has got the Yuumi for company. It is going to be good damage put down by FMW, but the KW's escape for now.
Can the Nautilus keep on tanking as he needs to? But that's the front lane gone from KW's. Yes, the Yuumi's healing the Rise, but he's still so extremely vulnerable. This inhibitor is open and ready for the taking. Exhaust come down and Clown Fiesta cannot cope!
It is an absolute Clown Fiesta, and right now it is the death of Clown Fiesta as well. Tekka will be able to get out to safety, but will watch the inhibitor fall at 5 minutes yet again. FMW looking good for the win here.
FMW trying to get the win. They want to have this, and they want to have these 2 Nexus turrets down. Mid lane Monarch doesn't get a stun off, but is able to heal so much from the WQs! Rise was taken down as well. It's now only Dragon, it's only the Nocturne surviving. But look how low the Rise is. It's Nautilus and Yuumi trying to deal with it. The healing that's coming out is too much. The Q actually hit, and Clown Fiesta is able to take down that Nocturne. He's able to take the ace, but they're not able to regen. They don't really have the health relics, or they cannot get the health relics because they're being pushed in by this big wave.
Pretty smoothly there.
All right, now the super minions that are coming in, Rise is able to clear with them fairly efficiently. I think our Nocturne is waiting for an item. This might be 2v3.
LeBlanc goes super aggressive. Vanguard's edge is thrown down, shut down on the Rise, and Yuumi's going to die as well. And in the 2v3, it is the 2 who come out on top. The ace is completed. FMW absolutely obliterating the opposition.
FMW, I think they have the game in the bag. Can they take down these two Nexus turrets? That timings are fairly low since it's such a short game. They probably will take down one, but mid lane Monarch and our LeBlanc are maybe trying to look for an execute. The Aurelia can heal so much from these minions. Flash forward!
Flash away from... sorry, not flash away, I should say flash forward from Clown Fiesta, trying to clear out. So, number 2 now under threat, down to half health. Demolish proc comes in. The turret is going to be destroyed. Is this going to be the end of the game, or can the KWs make a great escape out of it? Iron Cats fighting the kill onto Drax, so it's a 2 for nothing, as now only Nemone is able to step away. The LeBlanc trying to do what they can, trying to buy as much time as possible for the minions to do their work, but the double kill comes in for the Rise.
Okay, so there's still a lot of standing gold for FMW. KW has nothing left. The KWs, this Rise is starting to scale. He's almost at level 11. And these levels for Rise are super important. You want to get that extra base damage. You also want to get those items in. Talking about items, look at the gold difference we see here. Mostly going once again towards the Rise and of course the Yuumi. Yuumi not particularly helpful with the gold right now. Although if you keep Rise alive, you can actually win a fight. But Paranoia is being used.
It's in Bloom, and it has gone straight down onto the Nocturne. Rise trying to channel out damage, but has already lost their front line. Dashing forward, it's going to be mid lane Monarch trying to find yet more. Rise unable to escape, leaving Yuumi for dead, and with an exposed Nexus, this must surely be the game-ending play. FMW looking to secure their place in the semi-final.
FMW played it fantastically here. They exactly knew what the strengths were of their team, and they get their spot secured into the, into the semi-final.
Semi-final, we've got 3 of the 4 teams now confirmed. It has been an absolute domination here from KW in the same way that we saw from Pagoda last time around, and they are definitely going to be one of the teams we're certainly going to have to keep our eyes peeled towards as we get towards the best of 3s.
Stan, it doesn't mean I've lost the bet, and it means that you get to pick my Keystone and a Summoner.
Well, I will look forward to that. I guess we'll find out very soon, because our matches are not too far away, and we'll let people know to enter that one soon. But right now, let's focus on the teams who are playing out for the absolutely huge prize pool on display today. It is going to be Zidu Brolia against Fikul in our first semi-final. FMW just secured their spot in the semi-final. Now they have to wait to see whether it will be the Nazguls or the Wood 5 Titans that they face.
That'd be Actually, I wouldn't agree if Riot ever implemented a rank below Iron and you'd say, oh, Wood, because Wood is less valuable, Wood is actually very valuable, because remember, there is more Iron in the universe than there is Wood. And also in Settlers of Catan,
thanks, Zaf.
Also in Settlers of Catan, Wood is very useful to have, because you can build loads of roads with it.
Settlers of Catan, another game I've banned myself from playing because I'm such an abhorrent individual when it comes to playing board games with people. Loki's decided to make a brief return just to let us know what we thought. No, she's got nothing to say. I mean, we hired her as an analyst, and that's the sort of content you get. What can I say?
Stan, I mean, we had the analysis ready for Loki, and as the name suggests, he just trickstered out of there, just like the tricksters did. I actually had a question for you, but I forgot it, so please take over.
Well, I'll do exactly that. Remember that even though Loki might be gone for now, there's always hope, because that's the third one of my dogs. They might appear a little bit later. But right now, we are coming up to our fourth and final quarter-final matchup. We'll know exactly who's going towards the semi-finals at the end of this game. This also means you're running out of time to type !Casterbash in the chat to have that opportunity to face off against either myself or Caster Exodus over to my side. If you win those games against us, you've got 50 euros headed your way, courtesy of
Trovo Titans. Obviously, in this particular game, it is Nazguls versus the Wood 5 Titans. We're to keep competitive integrity intact. We're not going to talk about particular champion picks, but I love what I'm seeing from the blue team here. These team champions who synergize really well, especially their ultimate synergize really well, and it is early game aggression combined with range, and especially combined with engage. Now, we're not seeing anything definitive coming out from our red team. Not particularly sure what they're going to go for. Maybe want to keep it a secret even for the casters at this point. Ooh, it is 2 champions. I think the way this works is as soon as you lock it in, you actually have the particular champion. So as soon as our red team decides on what they want, this is a good engage as well. The all these ultimates, well, 2 of these ultimates really synergize from the red team, especially the middle champion with the, I think I have time enough to say right now, yes, with the Oriana, meaning that it's so strong. Now the Aurelia has a 100% win rate right now. So the Aurelia, alongside with the Tryndamere and the Azir, wait a minute, haven't we seen this comp before, Stan?
Well, for one thing, you're seeing it basically on opposite sides of the abyss to each other here, because it is going to be the already traded out for the Wukong, but both teams matching with the Azir and the Tryndamere. Like maybe they've found the working meta here. But yes, as you say, we saw Ficoli earlier on using this very composition to great effect.
Yeah, it's from both sides here. It's a bit okay. Just copy my homework, but don't make it too obvious. And I don't know if when I remember when I was in school, I never cheated. I never cheated in school. I know everybody else did, but I didn't cheat. But some of these teachers, when I finished my school career, I asked, like, you had to have known my friends were cheating. Oh, definitely. Oh yeah, 100% knew they were cheating. I mean, if you make the same spelling mistakes and the 4 same spelling mistakes in the same sentence, you were definitely cheating. I didn't see that they were cheating, but I definitely took off points on another test that we're going to do later down the month. So guys, cheaters never prosper. Remember
they
that
don't.
one.
No. As promised, Hope has arrived on the scene. Ironically, when it comes time for the Caster Bash, this will be the only hope that I have, because playing Yuumi with what I can only see as an absurd summoner, not summoner spells, because I get to use them for you, as an absurd keystone, certainly leaves me somewhat hopeless apart from this pupper here. But let's talk about you, Zav. If you were, be honest with me, you say you don't cheat, so be honest with me here. If you were to choose a keystone for yourself that you want, what would it be?
I think I'm Poppy, right? So I think Aftershock would be. I think that would be a very good rune. I think Grass would be Undying because Grass. Actually, no. I'd say if I had to pick a summoner, I'd go Grass would be Undying in Howling Abyss.
Oh, cool. Well, it's fun to talk about things you're definitely not getting. So we'll come to those very soon. This is pretty much your penultimate call to get those entries in for the Caster Bash. Make sure, of course, that you have an account on EU West. We'll be playing some of those games pretty much after this next match that we're about to see on the Abyss between these 2 teams, Nazguls and, of course, Wood 5. Only moments remain until we get to see them on the Rift. Such similar comps. Do you think that's going to really change the dynamic of this game?
I mean, Aurelia right now has a 100% win rate. So, as we said before, Aurelia is a champion that is able to deal very well, very efficiently in this particular map, because Howling Abyss has minions, meaning that you can actually continuously dash through minions in fights. And most of all, if an Aurelia is fed, if she's getting ahead, sometimes you need more than 3 people. Now, that being said, double Tryndamere, double Azir, I think this will come down to purely execution. I still want to give Aurelia the benefits of the doubts and saying the team that has Aurelia has the upper hand, but it's gonna come down purely to execution.
Speaking of myself briefly, as the doggos go crazy, as probably an ice cream truck pulls up in my neighborhood on a completely rainy, miserable day. However, I get to be inside casting this fantastic tournament, so I don't have to worry about that. I see your point, and I definitely agree the Aurelia has been exceptionally influential in a couple of wins we've seen already today. In fact, 2 of our 3 wins have featured that champion. Potentially 3 out of 4 will if that trend continues. However, let's talk for a moment about what the Wukong brings to the table.
The Wukong brings the ultimate to the table. The Wukong brings the Cyclone, which is able to create a sort of dissonance with your team, be able to create a sort of, okay, your Aurelia wants to go in. If you're able to, for example, cancel a dash with her, if you're able to cancel her backline access, and make sure that you're able to suddenly turn the team fight around, because you have an Azir and a Wukong, so you have more CC, you have more time for the enemy team to not do anything.
Okay.
We'll be jumping into this fourth game. It's the Nazguls versus the Wood 5 Titans. One of these two teams will go to the semi-final. One of these two teams will make sure that you can see them later on, and one of them will fall off. For the people who are just joining, this is the last best one. Afterwards, we'll be moving into the semi-final. We'll see some of your previous candidates play once again. No level or level 3 rather shenanigans so far.
It's just that slow, steady start from both of these teams. Yet again, seeing plenty of Guardians items, and we're just going to wait for these two teams to decide they want the first blood to happen, because the second that happens, you can be guaranteed it's going to get messy.
What's really interesting, because you have two the same champions. The Azirs, I think that's the plural of Azir. The Azirs have chosen to go another path. So alongside Nazguls, you actually have a lost chapter where you get mana regen every time you level, which is super beneficial in Howling Abyss. On the other side, it's just the tier and the Guardian Orb, meaning you go a little bit more forwards thinking about stats.
Yeah, I'd love to know the exact stats on whether the Guardian's Orb or the Lost Chapter is going to be overall getting you more mana regen as time progresses here on Howling Abyss, because of course your level ups happen pretty quickly in the early stages. Obviously already seeing level 4 for everybody, but right now it is Nazguls who are pushing forward, not seeing any real early damage put down to the turret though.
And also because it's not this, almost an engager, the snowball's being traded, the Wukong going in. And it is a Trinity. You're already taking a lot of damage. So, because these games are moving extraordinarily fast, you only with 3 people on Howling Abyss, meaning the experience you get from the minions is being split over fewer people. So that's why these people can level so extremely fast.
It's also why if you've got that shove and you've got the wave advantage, you're going to be picking up those levels so much quicker already. Azir for the Wood 5 Titans being put under a huge amount of pressure. Yeonsu really having a bit of a tough time trying to get the wave cleared down, but struggling for it. Struggling,
and as soon as you shove it in, as soon as you have Pariah, because Pariah is actually useful. Oh, Excite Me needs to be careful.
Some aggression put down by the Aurelia, but they go down for first blood as Nazguls take this one all for themselves, taking the early lead in terms of levels and putting it to good use. They find that kill.
Excite Me, it's not really a desperation attempt, it's more of a play where you go, I think I'm already dead, I'm not useful if I'm that low, so I might as well go in and see if I can get a kill. If you have Pariah, was what I was going to say, then you can actually manage resources because you can manage this health relic. This extra health relic, it's 3 compared to 1 then. It gives you such a big advantage. It gives you, as you can see here, it gives you such a better shove and makes you go for maybe a dive.
Big aggression from Amiyomir, who does have the ultimate available, the Undying Rage staying alive. The same can be said for the Wood 5 Titans Tryndamere as well. Big aggression, but it doesn't play out as Yerasu secures the only kill of that trade. Lots of people being left low, but only the 1 kill.
Good turnaround from the Wood 5 Titans. They were able to make sure that the Cyclone wasn't super impactful. Yes, they had the knockup, but afterwards you don't really need to fear the damage from the Wukong at that point. Oh, the Sand Soldiers and the engage!
Big aggression put down. Yerasu taking down Hell's Burdens. Azir kills Azir. Tryndamere then kills Azir. Tryndamere there kills Tryndamere. Aurelia kills Tryndamere before Wukong finishes off the Aurelia. Boy, that was a confusing sentence.
Yeah, that's what you get when you have 2 champions seeing double. And right now, it's actually fairly even. Gold-wise is also fairly even. I do believe Wood 5 Titans' first third has taken a little bit more of a bashing, but it's not a huge deal. It's not something that you need to consider right now, because of those demolished procs later on into the game will be impactful when taking down turrets. We already saw it last game. The first turret fell at 1 minute and I think 40 seconds.
One of the biggest things that my eyes are drawn towards at the minute, Xavier, is that as we see more and more resets and we start to see these items being picked up, is that we are going to have a mythic completion for Nazgul's Azir so much quicker than we will for the Wood 5 Titans.
That's one of the advantages of not going for the Guardian Orb. The Guardian Orb is gold efficient, and you can actually go for an engage damage.
Dreamer Shuffle, double spin coming in. Am I seeing double? It's 4 Tryndameres! and we are going to see Tryndamere killing off Tryndamere yet again. Shurima Shuffle into Emperor's Divide from Helios, who's going to die straight away to Black JC. One person left for each of these two teams, and yet again, the fights are so close.
The fights are so close, and the Tryndamere from Wood 5 Titans still has his Undying Rage available. The Snowball is coming back as well, meaning it's actually a good trade for the Wood 5 Titans. They're doing particularly well in these fights. I really do believe the Aurelia is making the difference. The Wukong has the utility with the Cyclone. Yes, has damage and a little bit of armor shred. But in the end, the Aurelia can just pump out the damage, can control these fights much better. And as soon as it gets to that point, Nazguls are gonna suffer. Oh, an engagement coming from weak side. It is right, it's super low, but his ears already been taken down. Look at these Tryndamere v Tryndamere. The exhaust comes out, and the lucky crits. Beautiful outplay here from the Nazguls. It is a 1v1, but you do still have Undying Rage available for the Tryndamere from the Nazguls. He might go for the dive. I don't think he particularly needs to, but if you can get an unfavorable reset for Wood 5 Titans, you are in a better spot to deal with. Demolish Buck comes out, and the Tryndamere goes out as well. Meaning we are still waiting on a huge team fight once again, when these two teams actually make sure to have the clean ace in, or make sure that you have dead timers that are long enough to get this first turret down. Look at the gold lead here. A big difference mostly between the two Tryndameres. Kills might have something to do with it. CS also might have something to do with it. This might be a chance at a trade. Beautiful double stun. And weak side me is going in. The Shurima Shuffle alongside with the ultimate is doing a hell of a lot of damage here. There is the Wukong in the backline. The Nazguls are taking flight right now. Undying Rage is not going to come out from the Tryndamere. That's the clean ace I was talking about. That's the clean ace that the Nazguls needed to take down this first turret. And they might actually get a second one as well.
The Wood 5 Titans absolutely obliterated in that fight. Nazgul's going huge. We'll get demolished procs onto the second turret as well. Now it's the inhibitor that's under threat. This is exactly what the Nazguls will have wanted as they look to throw Aurelia her first defeat in this tournament.
Aurelia is maybe losing at 100% win rate. Now the game isn't over. Yes, there's a big goal difference right now, but the Wood 5 Titans do still have that particular pick. You can see when these fights are longer how it's favorable for the Wood 5 Titans, and especially these Azir ultimates, they're make or break, or the Wukong ultimate.
Yeah, the Cyclone comes up absolutely clutch, and Yerazu unable to do anything more than throw down the Emperor's Divide and hope and pray. The prayer does not come through, the wish is not granted, and now the Nazguls are just chasing down the final couple of members of the opposition they will need to secure the ace and potentially take down another turret. Vanguard's Edge is a nice little play out of Aurelia. It's not enough though, because even with the Ignite put down, we do not see this absolutely unstoppable Tryndamere killed off.
The Tryndameres are very impactful here. The Undying Range actually has quite a low cooldown. People don't really realize this, but Tryndamere's Undying Range is, I think, on a 70-second to 80-second cooldown level 1, and it only goes down when you level it. Also the duration, and then maybe the dive from the Nazguls once again.
Wukong tanking up turret shots, Tryndamere dying off. It is going to be the ace for the Wood 5 Titans. We've seen this from teams before, as the team that's currently losing out quite heavily is able to secure a win underneath their own turrets. The question is, can this team do more than prior teams to actually turn the flow of the battle?
Wood 5 Titans are in a big disadvantage in this particular spot, because they want resets. Exactly. The Azir can't heal. Yes, the Aurelia can heal. Yes, the Tryndamere can actually heal. But as soon as your Azir takes a bad trade, you need to make sure, okay, do we have health relics to heal him up? No, go for the execute. Yes, you lose tempo, but it's way more important to win those fights.
It is so hard for the Wood 5 Titans to get back into this one. However, if anything's going to help, it's the fact they've now got those mythics completed on top of their Guardians items as well. They finally started to get a little bit of something. But then you look at the Tryndamere on the other side, who's been able to get nearly 50 CS to their name, 8 kills in already, and 2 full completed items, and I don't see a way the Wood 5 Titans can deal with that.
They need to find a good engage. They need especially a very good Emperor's Divide to maybe get the 3 members from the Nazgul under their turrets, like this one.
The biggest of Shurima shovels, Emperor's Divide puts down the Undying Rage, blocking out some damage. The Cycloning Wukong is shut down by weak side meat on the Aurelia, looking for a second kill as well. It is yet again going to be an ace underneath their very own turret for the Wood 5 Titans. Double kill coming through for the Aurelia.
We called it, they need a good engage with the Emperor's Divide, and they got one. Beautifully played here. If the fights last longer than they need to, it is immediately an advantage for the Wood 5 Titans, because the Aurelia is able to have the dash resets, is able to dish out a lot more damage than the Nazguls comparatively, purely because the Wukong is based on abilities, while the Aurelia is purely more based on, hey, I can dish out these auto attacks, I can keep on going. It is still so even though an inhib has been taken down by the Wood 5 Titans, it is still even. That's kind of to be expected when both teams pick 2/3 of the same composition.
But this has been a real show of how close things can be despite an early advantage, which is really the first time we've seen that in this competition. So often, whoever's picked up that first turret, especially that first inhibitor, has just gone on to crush the rest of the game. That's not been the case in this one. Nazguls have got a small window though. Weak side meat only just respawning, did find the reset, has got 76 CS and almost completed the second item, but a turret has already been obliterated and the second will fall as well. The Nazguls looking to finish things off right now. Sundisk put down by the Wood 5 Titans, find themselves a little bit more damage as we do see the ready to go in gold. Finding a little bit of time, but eventually shut down by the Azir. This is the play the Nazguls need to close out the game as they confirm themselves as our 4th semi-finalist.
I think the question isn't, why didn't Gandalf just take the Eagles from the beginning? I think the question is, why didn't he just take the Nazguls from the beginning? Because clearly they're doing well here over their counterparts in the Wood 5 Titans. That's a little bit of a worse joke than I would have liked. But
don't get me
but
started
it does
on Lord of the Rings lore.
But it does mean that the Nazguls do advance and once again take flight to the semifinals.
They do, and as a result, we now know exactly who will be facing off for that fantastic prize pool. We know which 4 teams have been sent home, 5th to 8th place, and unfortunately will not get to play any further part in this. But now our attention turns to Zidu Braulio against Ficoli in a best of 3, to FMW against Nazguls in another best of 3. The winners of those 2 matches progress to that grand final, where potentially €1,000 could be made there. This is your very, very last call to type !Casterbash into chat. Make sure you got an EU West account. You will have the opportunity to play against either myself or Caster Exodus if you are picked from that raffle, and you'll have the opportunity to win €50 from the Trovo Titans.
If you're just joining, we are going to pick now. So once again, your last chance. Type an !Casterbash into the chat to have the opportunity to play against. We've already picked each other's, or at least chat has picked our champions, and we have. We can kind of mess with each other because we can pick each other's keystone, and Stan can pick one of my summoners. So fairly interesting to see how much we are gonna mess with each other, how much we like each other in real life. Maybe it's all of this, maybe this for show, maybe this just for the camera, Stan. Maybe I don't really like you all that much. I'm thinking, hey, I want Stan to lose. I want Stan to say, why did you give me press the attack Yumi?
I mean, you might be thinking that, but in the end, it doesn't matter, because it's time to put Greyheart aside briefly as we get towards Casterbash. And it is once again time to bring back Super Stan. Super Stan is back for 1 day only, and there is nothing Super Stan can't do apart from win on you.
I wonder, every time you, or I want to say every time, when Super Stan emerges, do you actually rip off the buttons from your shirt, or are it like magnetic click-ons?
The secret is poppers. Poppers are wonderful.
Oh.
Not to clarify, poppers on a shirt. Those poppers are wonderful.
No. Obviously. Anyway, with Super Stan, I actually think you can win with Yumi. I'm pretty sure Super Stan can take out everyone. I'm pretty sure Super Stan should go pro, and Steve can actually beat people in MSI.
Super Stan does have one problem, and that is that much like Clark Kent, when they go to Super Stan, of course, you've taken off the shirt, you've now got the Superman outfit, you have to take off the glasses. I take off my glasses, and I can't see a single thing anymore. Is there anybody out there?
I think Super Stan's weakness might also be, knives. Oh no, he's allergic to sharp objects.
Well, this is so true. Well,
I'm just
I'm seeing that we
looking.
have had it confirmed who we're going to be facing off against. We're going to be taking a small break, and we are going to come back and get to show those Castabash matches. We're going to be showing you our semi-finals, of course, which are going to be absolutely terrific. Just checking in with production that we're good for that, and we are indeed. So we're going to go and clickety-clack on Howling Abyss ourselves, see if we can not entirely show ourselves up. I wish you the best of luck, Exodus. You're going to need it with what I'm giving you. And we will catch everybody else back after this short break. Please stick around for those Castabash games and our semi-finals. It's going to be great. We are. We are back, and we are going to be bringing you the semi-finals very shortly of this terrific 3 versus 3 Howling Abyss tournament for the Trovo Titans. And for the Birthday Bash, the month of May is a wonderful one. I am Greyheart. I'm joined by Exodus. How you doing over there, my friend?
Great. As always, I mean, you live in the UK, I live in Belgium. We both live weather-wise in dreary countries. That's why we're here to cheer up your day with the Trovo Titans Birthday Bash. We have a little bit of unfortunate news. We will not be showcasing the caster bashes today due to time constraints. We do apologize for that, but that's sometimes what you get with tournaments like these. That it doesn't mean we're not going to go through with them. It will just be shown later down the line. So do follow the rest of Trovo Titans on Twitter, on social media, on whatever you have. Then you'll be updated on when those exactly will be shown.
Yeah, definitely something that's going to be going ahead, and hopefully something we'll be bringing you tomorrow with the EU Northeast tournament as well. That's a tournament where we're basically going to be seeing everything that we saw today, but on a just slightly different server, and hopefully that will have the opportunity to feature some show matches as well. If they're not on there, then like you say, social media is the place to find them. I'm sure there'll be great games. That giveaway will still absolutely be going ahead. We have now got the first of our 3 potential best of 3 here when we look into our semi-finals. It is the first semi-final, and it is yet again going to be the team of EUW going up against Ficoli. Ficoli, for me, one of the most dominant teams that we've seen in this competition so far.
Yeah, Ficoli, with the Aurelia also being hard, obviously, extraordinarily strong, being able to actually take down the game, being able to have poke, have engage, have survivability, and dish out damage. It's a dream team right now. The execution as well was beautifully done every time. I think all 3 of them even took Demolish, not particularly sure. I'll check that out later when we jump into the game. But with the Demolish procs, you get these turrets down so extremely fast that the enemy team just doesn't have a chance to react. And I've been talking a lot about resource management. If you take down that first turret from the get-go, you have 3 heroics instead of 1.
One thing that's quite interesting that we're seeing here is, if I'm not much mistaken, blue side is actually going to be EUW, and as a result, they're just essentially just hovering, hey, here's the comp you picked when you won last time round. We scouted you out. We know a little bit about you. Are you coming at us with the same thing again, or are you going to mix it up? The Azir is already locked in. The Tryndamere is already locked in. The Aurelia is confirmed. Things flip up at the last moment, and it's going to be Urgot, Kha'Zix, and Anivia to play into them.
Somebody played the Uno reverse card here, as you said, saying, hey, we recognize what team you're going to play. We're completely prepared for it. We might mirror it, which is a valid strat, obviously. If you say, this composition quite strong, let's just mirror it. Let's just do the exact same thing. Or let's see if we found something else. The Anivia Kha'Zix Urgot. Anivia, with her ultimate, strong. Obviously, the Kha'Zix can be quite efficient as well, but the Urgot is such an interesting pick because an Urgot can turn around a fight with a good Fear Beyond Death.
It certainly can, and also it's worth bearing in mind that 2 out of 3 of the champions there are ones we saw in EUW's win earlier on in the day, so this is certainly something they're completely comfortable with playing. They were happy enough knowing pretty much what they're going into. We don't have any bans in this mode, so you can just continue to pick the same thing and pick the same thing, and if it's not broken, why are you going to bother fixing it? And yeah, as a result, that's the matchups we've ended up with. Who do you feel like Fortune's favouring so far?
I want to say I'm going to stick with my roots and say the Azir Tryndamere Aurelia is such a strong comp. And because it's a best of 3, you don't really have to change anything up. So as long as we won with that last time, we're going to pick the exact same thing and see if we win again. We can keep on playing the same strat right up until someone beats us, and then we might switch it around. So I'm going to stick with Azir Tryndamere Aurelia.
I love the system we have here at Trovo Titans, and I think it's making for a really interesting tournament. But hypothetically, if you were to introduce, let's say, one ban, just one ban for each team, and you know that these are the sort of champions that are going to get played, which one would you focus banning out?
I would say I'd focus banning out the Aurelia because he is still so strong. But I would favor the Azir more because the Azir he's the key piece of the puzzle. He is the piece that will say, okay, I, with my ultimate, can yeet you in. I can engage a team fight. I also dish out the damage. I can make sure that nothing else is in the way. Like, for example, is it Loki or is it Thor that's I'm seeing right
It's
now.
Loki making an appearance. She's
Okay.
she's having one of those days where she just wants to hang around with the humans, and you know what? Who am I to deny her?
It's such a lovely. I saw this YouTube video. I think was about GCP Grey. I'm not sure, and he's basically telling you what the difference is between domestication of animals. And he says, okay, so it's very simple, right? In with dogs, you're like kind of the top dog. You are they will love you to death because you're part of the pack. You're part of the pack. You're just to them, you're a weird looking dog that takes care of them. While the cat is just a tiny tiger living in your house, knowing this is a marriage of convenience. You give me food and I won't run away.
See, I see exactly what you're saying there, and I've always made the comparison that I think that dogs are like sort of toddlers, and I think cats are teenagers. They're a little bit sort of moodier and angrier. They're like, yeah, you still got to feed me, but most of the time I'll look after myself. Occasionally, maybe I'll pay you a bit of attention, especially if I want something, but generally stay out my way. And then you've got dogs who are like, attention, play with me, play with me, play with me. Food, ooh, now clean up my mess, go, go, go.
Exactly. Like with cats, I love the analogy. They're like teenagers, and they come in, and they've been around. They're doing their own stuff all day, probably sleeping off because teenagers do need a lot of sleep, a lot more than they do right, normally. And then they're like, "Oh, mom, can you do my laundry? Or can you feed me? Can you pet me?" I kind of disagree entirely. I really do think, at least, or I convinced myself of this, that my cats do still love me sometimes because you really want to be with me? But most of the time, cats are so self-sufficient that they don't really care all that much about you. Now, enough about cats and dogs. Let's jump a little bit more into the game.
Yeah, not going to see Yumi, Nasus, or Corgi anytime soon on the Howling Abyss map, which of course we are headed to. But we are going to get to see Zidu up against Ficoli, two of our earlier conquering teams. They've already guaranteed themselves a bigger chunk of that incredible prize pool that Trovo Titans are offering here for their Birthday Bash tournament. However, only one of these two teams can progress to the final, and winning this first game in best of 3 gives you the biggest opportunity to progress.
At least some early aggression, nothing too fancy, trading out skill shots. Only the Kazakhs has been hit, and Zidu Brolia has that Urgot. Urgot will take quite some time to come online, but because you have both a Tryndamere and an Aurelia jumping in, I think the Urgot can be very impactful here. I think the Urgot might actually be able to deal with people like the Tryndamere. The fun advantage you have with Tryndamere, with Urgot, is when Tryndamere ults his undying range, if you time it correctly, you pull him in, and as soon as the ultimate is done, at the end of your animation, you kind of negate it. So that's a very strong interaction which you need to keep in mind.
Well, we are going to see some early trades. They go back and forth, nothing particularly damaging done to any of the champions so far, and we're just going to see things slow down and probably get these champions a little closer to level 6 before we see the big fights. Having said that, actually, the dashboard from Urgot might have been a bit of a misstep as Resting Top gets taken down low. And already we see this Anivia put halfway towards becoming Egg Nivea.
Yeah, the Urgot might have misstepped a little bit, but the Anivia wall can be a major turning point in some of these fights, or can be a way to cut out people. I actually think Enzi leveled it. I'm not particularly sure because of the width of the wall scales with levels. And you saw Aaron already needing to E out. Oh, he's used his E, he's used his dash, so he needed to walk around and took an unfavorable trade.
That is true. Meanwhile, Kazakh's trying to find a little bit of damage from Adam Up, is going to find level 5 as yet another stun connects, but things are very, very easy. Again, that wall being used, dashed out of by the Azir, but aggressive plays from the Aurelia, who dashes back out to safety. Yet again, it feels like Ficoli just about getting the better of these trades. We're about to hit level 6 on everybody, and now we have to see if Zidu Brolia, having earlier laid siege using the Glacial Storm of Anivia, can now wave clear successfully underneath their own turret.
Zidu Brolia, the Anivia still needs some mana regen. She does have her tier, which is stacking quite nicely. It is the Summoners... It is the Howling Abyss tier, meaning it does stack a lot faster than the normal one. But if you keep on taking trades like this, I'm not sure you'll be able to use all that mana.
No, a very valid point. But unfortunately, of course, they do have Ignivia available as well. So if they do take any worse trades, they should have the chance to revive, should they still be underneath their turret. We're 3 minutes in, and this is going to be the longest we've had to wait for a first blood in today's competition, showing just how much closer things are now. We've hit the semi-final stage, and how much more is on the line.
It is very important. You can kind of see it in regular Summoner's Rift best of 5s as well, where as soon as you move to best of 5, as soon as you move towards more bigger things that are on the line, people tend to be a little bit more reserved. They tend to be testing the waters more. These two opponents, I think, haven't faced each other in this particular way, but with these level 6 being hit, an engage might happen. Stun like that combined with a good Aurelia ultimate might make the difference.
Foxecution playing with fire, stepping into that bush and taking a lot of damage just straight away from the snowball, and then the follow-up from Tryndamere. Fakoli seem like they're the aggressors in this, and interestingly they are funneling every little bit of CS they can onto the Aurelia, who will essentially be fed very, very soon. Zidibrolio, meanwhile, they are splitting things fairly equally, but getting much less CS in total.
You see it in a goal difference, definitely. It is very evenly divided between Zidi Brolia, but Fakoli, they know, okay, we're going to push everything to the Aurelia, and it also means the Aurelia can continuously trade, because with the Qs, she heals so much from those minions. It's the similar thing going on inside Tryndamere, meaning every time you do get a trade-off, sure, but then you get the healing done on Aaron with those auto attacks, also with the Q. So resource management, once again, I know, broken record, Exodus, but it is so important. Getting prio gives you the health relic, the healing being done means that you can just keep on pushing, and you make sure that sometimes CS is being missed as well.
Good damage down from the Glacial Storm, but the wall is actually going to block Fakoli away from their adversaries in a way they're probably going to be quite happy with. A little bit of healing going to come down for Zidi Broly yet again. They're having to defend the siege, but they've got the wave clear to do it.
Yeah, they have the wave clear. What they do not have is the opportunity to actually take more ground back. The Kha'Zix is half HP. Nivea, yes, she's healing up, but there is a goal difference without a kill, without turret plating, meaning it's purely come down to CS. I'm actually thinking champions like a Twisted Fate, if they would be a good pick here, because you have more gold generation that way.
Yeah, getting yourself that extra couple of gold per minion. Meanwhile, however, we've reached something of a stalemate in this game. Of course, unlike chess, where a stalemate ends the game, here it just forces somebody's hand, and it's going to be the Tryndamere that goes aggressive, gets caught out by the wall, takes so much damage, and is going to die off, not even sacrificing their ultimate to try and keep themselves alive. An early kill for Zidibralia. That is going to be the force backwards from the Azir, who allowed the snowball to hit themselves. Foxecution gets caught by the Vanguard's edge as well as Aurelia does the work. Is getting damage down, takes down Foxecution before themselves, eventually being killed off eventually. But with the Ignite, it is going to be scrambled eggs potentially, as we see the Azir stepping forward, trying to finish off potential delayed ace, but the turnaround is fair. Glacial Storm thrown down once again. Enzi finds another kill, and a frantic series of events leads to a 3-2 for Zidibralia.
Ooh, that was particularly close. I think Aaron is definitely gonna get the skill, yes, and that means it's a 3v3. But you now see the impact coming out from the Urgot. The Urgot is able to just be there with his bigger, literally with his bigger body, his bigger hitbox. He can stand in there. I'm not body shaming Urgot here, but you know, he's a person on crab legs. Aaron is going in and is just getting taken down.
I will point out, my wow was not directed towards you calling out Urgot. It was instead looking towards some of the pickups we've had, as we've obviously delayed to near the 7-minute mark in this game. We see a Riftmaker just straight out bought by the Anivia. We obviously see that Spellbow for the Aurelia, and also the Liandry's now opted into rather than the Ludens for the Azir.
I like the idea of the Riftmaker, because with the Riftmaker you can actually get the health bar from Anivia up again. Anivia is going to be a member of your team who is most of the time fairly laid back. If you look at positioning, she's going to try and make sure that the wave, they can keep on catching the wave. So if you heal off of that, or if you heal off of damaging champions, you have more chances of actually surviving and more chances of not feeding kills into Fakoli.
Kha'Zix going aggressive, forcing the spin out of the Tryndamere, who goes out to safety, and now it's Zidibrolia's turn to start sieging. They go aggressive onto the Aurelia, they find the damage straight away. Fear beyond death falls the Aurelia to their demise. Piccoli now left without their third member to try and defend here underneath the turret. That is good damage being put down by Aaron, but they themselves getting stunned up, and now they're caught behind a wall. Big aggression. Three-man Emperor's Divide is going to catch. Question is the damage here for Piccoli. They find two, they find three, they turn the fight around in style. Big old plays coming through from Azir.
And this is the reason, Stan, why when you asked me if you would ban someone, who would you ban? And this is why I said Azir. The Emperor's Divide is able to turn it around. The Emperor's Divide is able to make sure Piccoli actually gets this first turret. It is such a huge, impactful thing to do that you can actually win these 2v3s. This turret does a lot of damage, and especially the Sand Soldiers, they create dissidence. They create a situation where even when you're in a spot where you can win, you're not going to be able to.
One fight goes awry and suddenly both of the turrets are destroyed. ZG Broly are losing so much of their base. They are going to get the shutdown, 2 kills onto Piccoli's Tryndamere and Azir as well. However, that is a heavy price they've paid.
Yeah, 1k gold difference right now for Piccoli. Also, not a Rage Blade, a Kraken Slayer being picked up for Aaron. Don't particularly know if I'm a fan of the Kraken Slayer just yet. It does synergize well with the Tryndamere, but even something with a little bit of healing like the shield bow that Aurelia has picked up wouldn't have been a bad pick for Aaron. These walls are so well placed.
In jumps the Kha'Zix, looking to get the execution damage down on Zigbrus, isn't able to do so. Fear Beyond Death is available but has not been used. Foxecution finding 1 kill, but resting in top goes low. ZG Broly do take a turret back for themselves, but Piccoli still have the edge.
You need to be careful. I think resting in top here just wants to go for a reset with the fastest way possible by dying. The 2v2, that's interesting. Can they actually get a kill here? Here goes execution.
Azir yet again going in, picking off the Anivia, throwing her straight to the Tryndamere, who has crits for days with his Kraken Slayer. Now it is going to be Foxecution getting Foxecuted and absolutely rinsed. The heal will not help there. Piccoli look like they're going to be able to secure an inhibitor.
Piccoli, they can take the inhibitor down, then they have a good way to reset, and then they have a good opportunity to actually see if they can get those Nexus turrets in a dangerous position, if they can get those Nexus turrets in range for them. Ooh, resting in top here, going for the engagement, might be taken down himself!
Resting in tops, now resting in the fountain for a few seconds, and yet again the push comes through from Piccoli. Fortunately, ZG Broly do have this Anivia to clear out as much of the wave as possible. Does look like we are going to see Aaron going in, trying to get some damage down onto the turret, getting significant damage down as well before eventually dying. That's going to be the Undying Rage, just helping things out, and the Tryndamere is no more. But yet again, the trade's going in favor of Piccoli.
Something I didn't think about is what we saw Aaron do here. It is going for these almost suicide runs.
Like that, you mean?
Perfectly timed. Didn't plan for it, but going for these suicide runs to just get that little bit of turret damage down. And it wasn't little. That Nexus turret is almost gone. Meaning if you can do this, if you can do this 2 to 3 more times, the ZD Brolia is so close to losing their Nexus.
They really are. They are somewhat just hanging by a thread in this game. Remember, it is the first game of a best of 3, so you're not out if you lose it, but you're definitely in a bad way. ZG Broly now pushing forward, trying to establish a little bit of dominance, but they're going to go into this next 3v3 with NZ already down to half health, even though they will have the egg available.
Yeah, one problem ZD Broly definitely has is sieging. It's very clear right now that even if they can win a fight, which is an if, they're still not able to push down this turret as fast as Piccoli is. Piccoli can push these turrets enormously fast. That's why the Nexus is down, that's why this first Nexus turret is almost down. So if you win a fight for ZD Broly, you need to make sure you have all 3 people down to make sure you put the Nexus from Piccoli under pressure.
I believe Piccoli still have the Sun Disc available to themselves as well, so they could find even more points of pressure as they push forward. ZG Broly somewhat able to push out, but they're pushing into super minions in comparison to just the standard minions that Piccoli are having to deal with, and that is all sorts of a problem. ZG Broly are basically having to find a perfect fight, and right now you've got to back Ficoli to find yet another great play. It is going to be Messi to the top, going aggressive. Aurelius throws down the stun but doesn't find anything. The Emperor's Divide picks up onto the Kha'Zix, but good damage being put down by the Anivia. They're going to have to take down more than one, however, because it's a 3 versus 1 scenario that NT finds themselves in, and now they are stuck between a rock and a hard place. Yet again, Ignivia comes to the rift. This time the eggs are poached. It is going to be Ficoli who steps forward, will be able to take down the Nexus turrets and go 1-0 in this series.
They go 1-0, and this is what we talked about before. If there's nothing wrong with your comp, don't change it, because it just might give you a win.
Yeah, it has given second win of the day to Ficoli as Aurelia gets back on a winning train. The question is, do we see that same composition in Game 2? It's a very real possibility.
I'm thinking of ways how to counter it. It is very well rounded, and I don't know if this was their intention from the get-go, but it's a very well rounded team composition. You have everything you need. You're able to take down turrets really fast, which is important, which is more important than I initially thought. And you're able to make sure that you have engage. So either you might need something like counter engage, maybe something like a Malphite even wouldn't be that bad to try and counter it, but you need something that is able to deal with all of the stuff that brings it, that this particular team composition brings.
My biggest problem for ZG Brolia there is literally one moment of that game which, for me, flips the entire dynamic of what we saw. And that is when they're pushed up to Ficoli's turret and out goes this lovely streamer shuffle, Emperor's Divide, used to perfection, and suddenly that has thrown over all of the momentum, all the advantage straight over to Ficoli, and they never seem to look back from there.
Maybe you need to pick a team composition that doesn't particularly care much about the Shurima shuffle. For example, if you would toss a Nautilus, might not be a bad pickup, but toss a tank or a very tanky member into a backline. Think of people like a Darius. I'm thinking of people like a Zinzao, where, hey, use the Emperor's Divide, but I have an ability that would actually maybe be able to counter it, maybe it'll make sure that I create that chaos for your team as well.
Yeah, maybe that will work. Or maybe you just go, full cheese and take yourself the Ziggs. Just push out those waves super fast. Try and find as much damage down onto the turret early on. Maybe even force yourself an early Sheen and try and take the win that way just by brute forcing turrets. It's a possibility. Not necessarily something I'm going to be seeing, as Ziggs obviously has that reduced damage reduction on ARAM. So, is somewhat nerfed in it. But, just giving some ideas.
It's a rather interesting thought, because things like poke composition is not something we've seen before. Something like the Zeret would be a very good pickup here. We haven't seen it today just yet, but it does mean we're jumping into the next champion select for this best of 3.
And yet again, we won't talk about the hovers just yet, because both of the teams are basically just saying, hey, I know what you do. Yeah, I know what you do. But are they going to go into those champions that we've seen before? So far, between these two teams, we've seen ZG Brolia play 4 different champions across 2 games. For Ficoli, we've seen them play 3 different champions with the same comp in both games. Will things change up now at all?
I see one champion we haven't seen today. Once again, for competitive integrity, we're not going to be talking about it just yet, but mostly the Tryndamere we saw last game was impactful. So fighters along a similar style, something like a Yasuo, something like his other brother, or I'm thinking what would be another good fighter. Riven, even if you can play her, would be very good in these particular 3v3 tournaments.
Yeah, you could just end up with 3 bruisers going straight in, opting into the scuffles that we're seeing constantly. But the question is, will you have enough damage? Will you be able to get onto the Azir? With those Shurima shuffles, the Anivia was essentially delivered to the key members of the teams at just the right moment. We are getting the mirror matchup. Okay, so basically what's happened here is Ficoli, obviously, this is the 3rd time in a row we've seen them run this composition. And now as a response, what we're getting is ZG Brolia going, okay, it seems to be working pretty nicely for you. Now, can you beat it? Technically, we can do all the same things you can, but will we do them as effectively? Personally, I hope the answer is yes, because I'd love us to go to 3 games.
I'd love us to go to 3 games as well, and it does force Ficoli into showing something else, showing that, hey, okay, this comp obviously works, but can you play anything else? Because if there's now an outplay, and there is definitely outplay potential because it's basically copy pasta here. So if ZD Brolia is able to make sure that they play these champions better, that they have the better engagement, that they have the better trades, then all of a sudden you might see Ficoli going, ooh, we might need to change something up. I think maybe if it's something like a Jax would be a good counter to this comp, because you can deal with the Aurelia, you can deal with the Tryndamere rather well. Also, if a Jax is bumped to the front line, his Grandmaster's Insight gives you a little bit more resistances, and you can jump on the Azir, which is very important because you want to keep that Azir alive as long as possible.
We'll find out on the Abyss very shortly whether things work out better this time around for ZD Brolia, or if we are going to see our first finalists confirmed on the back of this game. As we wait for that to happen, though, and we enjoy the joys of spectator delays, I do have one question for you, Zav, and that is, we've played a lot of ARAMs in our time, since we first met on the Rift, and I know, when I think about you on ARAM, so it's sort of a twofold question. Question part number one is when you think of the other person, which champion do you associate with them, specifically on ARAM? And question number two is, which champion really makes your eyes light up when you see the random roll of those 155 champions go, here, this is the one you're having?
For me personally, okay, I'm gonna, because it's a twofold question. So for you, I would say, normally I would say Evelyn, but I know Evelyn and ARAM, not particularly great pick most of the time. So I'm gonna say a Mumu, because I would associate a Mumu with, I've seen Stan play a lot of a Mumu. And
Thank you for not saying Master Yi.
Want to keep the caster badge that will eventually show a little bit too surprised. But the other one, I'm a GP main. Okay, I love brawlers. I love the stereotypical, the manly man. Oh, I'm a big guy. I want to fight. The Mordekai's and the Darius. And whenever I see a Darius or a GP pop up, I know, okay, even if we lose, I'm gonna have a good time.
It's funny you say that, because I'll give my own answer to my own twofold question there. Whenever I sort of think of you and think, what are we going to end up seeing? I know if there's a Gangplank in there, you're going to be clicking the trade button or trying to get your hands on it, and going to be pretty happy. It's the first thing that comes to mind with you. And I've seen you play it sometimes wonderfully and sometimes less wonderfully. For me, it's really, really dull and really boring. But I'm always happy to have either Ashe or Lissandra. Lissandra especially, it's just like as soon as I see it there, I know I'm not the best Lissandra player in the world, but there's something really fun about being able to snowball, throw your trail behind you, take the snowball, go back with the trail, and then just enemy going, but I'm sure someone just jumped to me. Where'd they go? The number of times I managed to get summoners and crucial spells out of that one has been really, really fun. And Ashe is just one of those. As ADCs go, it's very, very easy to operate. I'm not going to pretend there's any great skill to it, but you've got fun engage potential, you've got good damage and late game scaling. Yeah, that's my two. And of course, I'm a sucker for Master Yi. I'm not going to lie to you.
It's fine. I mean, Master Yi does particularly well in ARAM. Actually, I was thinking, right? Completely different story, but you said Lissandra. Lissandra's a champion we haven't seen in the meta. You know what? We'll finish that story later, Stan, because we'll be jumping in to the second game.
Story time with Stan and Zav will recommence after game number 2 of ZD Brolia up against Ficoli. They have swapped sides of the Rift already. The snowball's going to connect, immediately forcing the spin, and it is just going to be back and forth between these two teams, and boy, it's going to get confusing.
He spins his head around, baby, right back to the middle of the lane here. Well, we're just trying to find something to make it a little bit more fluid. But anyway,
it's like Flow Riders in the room with me.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm definitely known for my singing talents. Wasn't kicked out of musical academy because I couldn't hold a tune.
Wow,
this is a true story. It's literally a true story, by the way. I love music, and then I want to study, and then you have to go singing, and then one of the teachers in music academy said, "No, this is never going to happen."
Oh, so sad. Couldn't you play the triangle or something? Maybe they needed more cowbell.
I mean, I was fairly okay for piano. I think I was a good piano player, but then all of a sudden I was like, you're 10, you're 12, piano's not cool, and then I switched to guitar, And the talent I had for guitar, that particular lack I had for, sorry, the talent I had for piano, I had a lacking of talent for guitar. So that's kind of when I lost my interest. I really regret it to this day. But hopefully what I don't regret is seeing if Ficoli can actually turn it around here. And with turn around, I mean, can he actually outperform Zidi Broly and say, it's not just that we have a good comp, it's that we know how to play this comp.
We had to wait the longest time during this tournament in our last game for First Blood to come through, and I feel like the same might be true in this game as well. Bearing in mind, ZG Broly are essentially on their last life right now, and they've got to make sure things work out. We have got Ficoli on blue side, ZG Broly on red side, so bear that one in mind as we see the trades going forward. And as you see, having just popped up there on our screen, this is such a fantastic prize pool we have for this an unusual Howling Abyss 3v3 tournament for Trovo Titans, but boy, it's been great action so far.
Yeah, there is a small goal difference building up for ZD Broly, and they know that having prio and controlling the wave, especially zoning them from a wave, makes Ficolia a little bit more, let them play a little bit more safe, a little bit more cautious. And this is a huge wave. You're gonna deal damage to this turret right now.
Yeah, ZG Broly are going to have to clear this one out as much as possible. Yet again, we see the Aurelia dashing forward, dashing back, taking the lion's share of the CS, as is the case over on the other side of the rift as well. And yeah, like I said, things just slowly boiling up.
Watching and waiting for the first fight once again. It is a best of 3, so Ficola has already lost a game. If they no, Zidi Brolia has already lost a game, excuse me, meaning that if they lose once again, that they are out of the tournament and they will not be advancing to the grand final.
Oh, I'm just hearing a bit of an echo there on the call at the moment, so hopefully be able to hear properly in the second zap. But we are going to yet again see Brolia pushing forward, trying to lay siege. And I remember the last time this happened, Ficoli had the response with the Emperor's Divide.
Ficoli with the Emperor's Divide, ZD Brolia this time as well with the Emperor's Divide. All of these teams have the ultimate up. I'm looking, there's a big difference in summoners. Summoners are more or less the same. The main difference is, Keystones are more or less the same. The main difference is in summoners. Exhausts are super important, and I really like that Ficola has opted to go with a triple exhaust, because in these team fights, the damage reduction is tremendous.
It is indeed. Yet again, we wait for this first fight to break out. Everybody is well past the point of having their ultimates, so we can have Undying Rage for both of the teams. Maybe the Emperor's Divide that comes out of Enzi could be more impactful than the one that comes out of Manda this time round.
Slow and steady. There is still a goal difference in favor of ZD Brolia. I think it's purely because of the way they've played with the wave. Look at the CS difference as well. Resting in top has a sizable disadvantage right now. Oh, a good engager coming out onto ZD Brolia. Now they're able to back away, and that's an ultimate being used. It is ZD Brolia who has an advantage here. Beautiful Shurima Shuffle. Beautiful Emperor's Divide as well.
The Vanguard's X was used to perfection. Foxecution is left so low. Gets out with the Undying Rage. The rest of the team not so lucky. The Ignite eventually burns down the Tryndamere. It's a 3 for nothing, and Ficoli take full advantage.
Ficoli did not even take advantage. They get the clean ace, and if they're able to execute and take the turret here, that might mean that they deny so much gold away from Ficoli. I'm not particularly sure if you just not go for the execute, or you want to take the second turret down as well.
Well, they're going to look for the second turret. They're going to find it. They're going to even push on towards the inhibitor. They want the fight. They want to push towards the final right here, right now. Is going to take a turret now for Enzi to try and pick up kills on the back of this one. It is going to be yet more damage put down onto the inhibitor, but it's going to be at the cost of 3 lives, almost surely. Tryndamere sure takes some killing, healing up for days, eventually dying down.
Oh, that was beautiful. Just like, yeah, sure, you know, I'll take this inhib down, or at least I'll try to. It's a 3v3, but it's still ZD Brolia with a lead because they took down these 2 turrets. And Ficoli has a wave to deal with, and they don't have a wave to back themselves up. So ZD Brolia will come back into this fight with a more favorable matchup.
They will indeed. They'll be able to find themselves one turret, but that's nothing in comparison to the two and almost half an inhibitor damage that were put down by Ficoli early on.
Also, Ficoli has not completed any of their items, any of their mythics. It's ZD Broly who has completed 3 of their mythics and is able to just outstat them. They're the same champions that do the same, but having more stats is going to make the difference.
Oh, in goes the Azir, trying to find something, probably the Emperor's Divide, but finds a whole lot of nothing. Instead, Aurelia going to throw down the stun. It's going to be Kubis trying to escape on their Aurelia, but they get caught out by the snowball. Eventually, we see the Tryndamere arriving, and it's just as Aurelia finds the kill on the Azir. Now it's Tryndamere versus Aurelia, but one of them still has summoners to play with, one still has ultimates, and it is going to be Ficoli yet again, pushing forward. Sorry, Broly find that one.
Broly pushing forward, and he actually might go for yet another kill or yet another turret. The slack, or the bad play that came out from Ficoli, luckily Kick Brildis was able to pick up the slack, but it was still a 2v3. Talking about the 2v3, hello, double kill for Ficoli.
Yeah, Ficoli just suddenly able to turn that one around under their own turrets with Broly just extending perhaps a little too far.
ZD Broly now needs to decide, how are we going to make the difference? How are we going to turn it around? Ooh, that's a beautiful Shurima shuffle.
Yeah, but it's just going to lead the Tryndamere straight to the inhibitor, and we know what happens when that gets down is suddenly one team is having to push into these super minions, and that's pretty rough to deal with.
Pretty rough to deal with. I'm wondering if we're gonna call a champion diff at a certain point in time. Ficoli has a lead. They have a 1k gold lead, but it doesn't really mean that they're fully in control of this game. If you go with suicide runs like these to take down an inhibitor turret, I mean, I get it. To take down an inhibitor, I get it, sure. But what advantage does it actually give you?
Well, that is the question. I guess we find out as we get towards our next big fight, which feels like it is brewing. Ficoli defending what remains of this second turret. They've got the Sun Disc now put down against them, as we see Enzi able to use that one for ZG Broly, trying to pick up as much of the CS as possible, trying to clear out these supers.
There is one particular thing in this build from Ficoli I do not agree with. It is Eren picking up the Mercury threats. While I'm not a pro player, I do think if you pick up Ninja Tabi here on the Tryndamere, you kind of negate more damage. There isn't a whole lot of CC coming out from ZD Broly that the Merc threats are going to do something. The Shurima Shuffle, the Emperor's Divide, doesn't affect Merc threats, so I don't think you need a magic resist either.
ZG Broly might have found a now or never moment. It looks like it might be never, because Ficoli find one kill. It's now Tryndamere trying to do everything they can, but Foxecution just doesn't have the damage. Enzi is going to be chasing down as many as possible. Resting top is the last survivor for ZG Broly. They find 2, but they can't kill off their opposition, Aurelia, and now it's Ficoli stepping forward once again to try and get damage onto Nexus turrets.
He has a wave building up. He has 2 super minions heading towards the base. 2 seconds on Enzi and then 8 and 15 for the rest of his team members. Is he able to make a difference here? Is he able to clear down this wave and maybe do some damage to the turret already? The Molash is up, but these minions can just crash down, and the range that Enzi has might be able to do it. He goes in with the ultimate, is able to take Enzi low, but goes down in the end to the minions.
In a 3 versus 1 under turret, it doesn't feel like Eren should pick up a kill there, but pick up a kill they do. And now ZG Broly left in that 2 versus 2 scenario where the minions are pushing heavily towards them.
Yeah, it's a 2v3. Remember, the longer the game goes on, the longer these death timers will be and the more impactful that it is. Luckily, right now, for both teams, the death timers are short enough to, when you lose a fight, you're not going to lose everything. But Ficoli has more standing structures, meaning that they can afford to lose one more fight than ZD Broly can, especially because the wave is pushed up towards ZD Broly.
Yeah, a very, very valid point. ZG Broly will have to find something pretty magical to turn this one around, because, like, as you very, very rightly say, one fight's not going to be enough for them to clear out the enemy base. Ficoli, on the other hand, they are right on the cusp of securing their place in the final.
Ficoli trying to play it very slowly. They know only thing they need to do is try and build up the wave. Having a wave is so interesting, I want to say, but especially so favorable for the Aurelia, because she can just use that wave. She can use those minions as sort of points to point off to with her Q. She can reset, she can heal from them as well. So having a big wave is favorable for an Aurelia to play against.
Okay, well, ZG Brolia now, they are pushing forward. It feels like Fakoli are very much inviting them on, not wanting to take the next fight under opposition turret, instead inviting ZG Brolia forward, maybe making them feel like they've got a bit of a chance. Could this be the sucker punch play?
Having this slow push towards them might actually be a good way to try and take down the spirit. They're trying to build up the wave efficiently, but it's gonna come down to the next fight. ZD Brilliant knows if they lose this 0-3, their Nexus is likely gone and dusted.
Oh, this is such a dicey moment for ZG Broly. They know they've got to be so careful. Fakoli are pushing forward. This is the first time we've seen them stepping past this halfway line. Vanguard's edge thrown out, but completely missed. It is going to be the Emperor's Divide put down. The flash away from Enzy. Is it enough to keep them alive? No, it's not. Now, Foxecution must do absolute magic work with the Undying Rage, but it's just not enough. The health bar's left for Fakoli. They are going to turn this one. They're going to have 2 left standing in comparison to the 0 for ZG Broly. We are going to see yet another push for Fakoli. Will they be able to end on this push?
And I don't know if the audience saw it, but the snowball from Eren was amazing. This is the consequence. I said these exhausts will be impactful, but the snowball from Eren sticking onto Enzy, he wasn't able to get out of the fight when he needed to, made a difference. Azir's alive, 6 seconds and 5 seconds respectively.
Well, we're going to see the demolished drop coming through. 1 turret already gone, rendered to nothing but dirt. Fakoli are going to lose one of their players, but it's the turnaround coming in from the Azir, trying to make it a 1-for-1, succeeding. Now having to fight things out against the Aurelia, against the Trinity. They're failing to do so, but taking both Nexus turrets as their reward.
The inhibitor has just been taken down once again for ZD Brolia, meaning that they have nothing protecting this open Nexus. So if Fakoli can just rest on the laurels, knowing that they have a lead, they can try and finish out this next fight. They do not need to take any risks whatsoever. The only thing they need to do is wait for the rest of their team to respawn. They have a pretty good build lining up as well, and then they can just all in on this fight, or as I did before, wait for ZD Brolia to make a mistake with a Whiffed Vanguard's edge, for example.
Just a quick shout out to our wonderful production here at Trovo Titans, and just to let them know that I think someone might be unmuted and we're getting a lot of echoes at the moment, but as always, it is just brilliant to be part of this team. Such a fun event we're getting to cast here, and this game feels like it maybe still has one more twist.
Wait and see, that's all we can do here. ZD Brolia trying to build up a wave once again, or had their... maybe not even trying, it's just necessity is going on right now. This wave will build up. Fakoli biding their time. They just need to engage. Ooh, favorable trades for ZD Brolia though.
Fakoli's Sundisk has been used already. A defensive spin away from Tryndamere. Foxecution stepping back, and right now Fakoli are within striking distance of this exposed Nexus. And with Undying Rage, I'm not sure if there's anything ZD Brolia can do. We're going to see that Nexus turret, or that Sundisk put up as defense for ZD Brolia. It's enough to keep the Wolves at bay for now.
The Sundisk is stalling the execution for ZD Brolia, unless they can turn the fight around, which very well might, because these champions are known for outplaying the other ones, both of these teams. Now, we're going to see maybe an Emperor's Divide difference. That's one thing that will turn around the fight. The super minions, slowly but surely, don't really have a big effect on ZD Brolia, unless you do what Fakoli did here, right here, and poke with the Azir Surge.
Crucially, Enzy's flash has just come back up, and they will have to use it as they get caught out by Eren. Their Emperor's Divide was not as strong as maybe as it could have been. As a result, yet again, Fakoli look like they will complete the route. The base will fall, and it is the Sundisk that drops just before the Nexus. A 2-0 victory for Fakoli. They take down ZD Brolia, and they progress to the Trovo Titans Grand Final.
Fakoli not needing to change her comp. Fakoli knowing that this works so well. And as we said in Champ Select, it's going to come down to execution. Also, Fakoli with... it's kind of weird because we saw them the last 4 times play this comp. And you can see they're comfortable with it. They did some stuff with with the snowball, of making sure that the Emperor's Divides were just that little bit better. And that's the way you win fights. And that's the way they advanced to the final.
Oh, well, that was quite a victory for Fakoli. They will progress. They now will be in a position where they have to into the win Such a great prize pool that we have here as well. That €1,000 prize, so close to them now. Wow, what an absolutely terrific game. Here we have the opportunity to see how things stand. For Coley, as I say, they progress. CG Brolia, they bow out in 3rd and 4th joint place. FMW and Nazgols, they are the only teams now that stand between Foley and that big prize.
FMW and Nazguls, one of the two is going to advance. We don't know particularly what country they're from, but I like seeing those European stars, meaning that one...
I do too, Zav, I do
too. One of them will advance. And I'm wondering if they're going to pick a similar comp with like Aurelia Twindemir, Azir, because it definitely... I mean, Aurelia still has 100... Does she have 100% win rate right now?
I think that dropped in the Wukong game.
Oh yeah, that dropped in the Wukong game. True.
And actually, it dropped there as well because Aurelia lost in that one to Aurelia.
Well, if you lose to yourself, do you really lose?
I mean, I'm just saying it how I saw it, and how I saw it was another terrific set of games. One best of 3 down for our semi-finals, one best of 3 remains for our semi-finals before our final matchup. Who will progress to face off against Foley? Will it be FMW? Will it be the Nazgols? Find out after this short break. We are 6 games into our Trovo Titans Birthday Bash tournament, and a maximum of 6 games remain, with a best of 3 semi-final and a best of 3 grand final still to come. I'm still Greyheart, I'm still joined by Exodus, and now I've got the third dog. It's Thor! He's joined the analyst desk, and he's about as productive as the other one, so now he's been booted. Bye-bye!
Just like in the movie, just like in Endgame. Spoiler alert, by the way. Just like in Infinity War, he arrived just a little bit too late into the scene. But anyway, it means as
I can tell you that Thor does aim for the head, though, just so you know.
Hey,
I've got the scars to prove it.
Okay, what happened there?
Oh, that's another story, because we're going to be getting into Champ Select very soon in the second semi-final. Maybe we'll come back to that one. But right now, it's all about FMW and Nazguls. One of them will face Fakoli in our grand final.
Definitely, the Aurelia once again is a strong pick here, but we might see these two teams opting for something else. We did see something like a Nocturne coming out already. It is very strong, Witty, Engage. LeBlanc was also picked in this particular matchup. So wait and see. We have to wait and see what happens.
We will indeed find out. Currently, Aside is being hovered. Maybe something we'll see, but again, there's no real point talking about the hovers too much, because for another 50 seconds, they can flip those around as much as they want to. We've, of course, seen Fakoli opting into keeping the exact same drafts in both of their games in their semi-final. That worked so well for them in the first game. Maybe that's something that we see happening here as well from one or both of these two teams.
Yeah, the thing is, you also don't want to reveal too much. So you want to win, but you don't want to reveal that pocket pick you had lying around, or that particular strategy you had lying around somewhere, so as not to so you can, when you really need to, that's when you pull it out. When you're, for example, 1-0 behind, and when, for example, you're facing Fakoli, and okay, we actually have a counter to that Azir Tryndamere Aurelia comp. That's when you get it out of the bag. And this is interesting. Something new, something old.
Well, I'm going to go out on a limb and say something old, because both teams are replicating their quarter-final matches, deciding that this is the 3-man unit that they believe will be the best armed to get themselves through to the final in this first game, to take that early lead. Of course, over on one side, it's less a 3-man unit and more a 2-lady unit and a whatever the hell you want to call Nocturne.
No idea. Actually, what I do know is, with the addition of LeBlanc, this might be very interesting, because with the LeBlanc, you can actually try and go for the Azir. In the previous fights, in the previous best of 3, where it was a mirror matchup, the team that was able to take down the Azir the fastest, most of the time, or didn't with an ult, most of the time actually won the fight. So with LeBlanc, as if they can do like they did before, and she can go for the flank, or she can just ignore the 2 fighters, from the get-go, jump onto the Azir, blow him up, then you have an opportunity to just say, hey guys, fight 1, just play it out, cool and steady.
And there's a second assassin as well there, because so often when an assassin goes in to try and deal with an Azir, you see the immediate Shroom Circle, the immediate Emperor's Divide, and as a result, they're able to get out to safety. Well, a Paranoia followed up by a Spell Shield is a much, much harder adversary to get out of your face as an Azir. So maybe, just maybe, this is the sort of draft that could really work magic. If it does, that'll obviously be a great news for our blue side team, which are FMW in this case.
Yeah, FMW versus Nazguls, for the people who are just joining. Fakoli is our first grand finalist, and right now, yes, I'm reading from my cheat sheet, it is FMW versus the Nazgul. Now, Stan, since we have 1 minute 50, can you quickly tell me the dog story, or
okay.
Thor?
Or so basically, so this is pre-Hope being in the Greyhound contingent, and Thor and Loki, they both they have their little doggo beds just down by the side of my human bed, and generally speaking, in the morning, the sort of done thing is, okay, you've had enough lying in now, Stan, time to get up, and so do just a little gentle paw on the face. Yeah, one morning not quite so much. Thor clearly very keen to be, up and at him, as Radioactive Man would say, and just literally just jumped just straight onto the head, just like boom, I'm here, wake up right now, and I'm just waking up and I'm like, why is the dog face? Why is the dog face? And yeah, it turned out that wasn't just a once occurrence. He realised that worked quite efficiently, woke me up quite fast, even if I was slightly annoyed. So I had about 3 weeks of that to deal with before eventually a big fat 4 calmed down. But he's now lying on the ground on his little blankie, feeling really, really upset that we're talking about him. So yeah, are you coming to apologise? Come on, you're gonna. He doesn't want to apologise. He's proud of what he did. Is that the face of mercy? Is it? Yes.
It doesn't feel any remorse whatsoever.
No,
it does remind you of my cat story. We'll use it for the next champion select. But right now we have 20 seconds remaining for the last semi-final. I do want to say everybody who is currently watching, it is a best of 3. So if you lose one game, you still have 2 more to make it up for. But as we saw right now, winning the one game, it has put you straight into the finals. I actually don't think, that means that Fakoli hasn't lost a single game here today. That's
very true.
That's very true, meaning that, right, they are 3-0, meaning that they are the team to beat. Obviously, FMW and Nazgul have won their game, but in a best of 3, anything can happen.
It absolutely can. We'll get ourselves onto Howling Abyss very, very soon, be able to bring the first game. What is a really crucial game? My question to you, Zab, considering that we're seeing slightly different compositions this time around from what we saw in our other semi-final, do you think we see earlier First Bloods, more skirmishes because there are just more duelists out there?
I think not really. I think most of these champions still want to wait because duelists most of the time have very impactful ultimates, want to wait until level 6 unless you get a really good trade-off. What we saw last best of 3 was that they both were looking for which team has their better trade when they're, I want to say in lane, but they're in lane all the time, when they're in lane or when they're close up against each other. And as soon as you see, okay, we're the team that has the better trade, then they go for the ultimate, then you go for the engage alongside with ultimates.
And well done, Zav, for briefly sounding like that one guy in every ARAM lobby who goes, I'm going to jungle. So we are on to Howling Abyss. It's the 7th time tonight. We've had some action-packed games. We've had a couple of stomps as well. Let's see which category this one fits into. It's going to be the Azir, the Wukong, and the Tryndamere rolling straight up to see if they can deal with the threat posed by the Assassin team, the Aurelia, the Nocturne, and the LeBlanc.
The Aurelia, Nocturne, LeBlanc, especially when ultimates have been hit, are super duper movable, meaning that they can just jump onto one particular member. And that's the strength of that composition. They can focus someone very effectively and take that member down first. Probably not going to be the Tryndamere, but mostly likely the Azir. And then you start to win the fight purely via numbers advantage.
LeBlanc blows aggressive, but takes the worst of the trade, going down below half health. Tether and Flea are going to connect onto Tryndamere, but they've already done their damage. The Mark Snowball being used yet again to great effect. Wukong putting down some hurt onto the Nocturne as well, and FMW getting the worst of these early trades.
The Nocturne here opting to not go for the Guardian's Hammer, meaning he won't have the lifesteal he would normally have. Yeah, Nocturne, I mean, he has his passive, meaning that he can actually heal from one single auto attack, so you might not prefer to go for that lifesteal. Also has a spell shield, so as soon as he sees a trade being put down onto him, he can pop his spell shield and negate some of the damage there. So I can see why you wouldn't pick the Guardian's Hammer.
Okay, we'll see if it's something that maybe they're made to pay for. Early pressure down onto the turret being put in now by the Nazguls, but yet again, LeBlanc dashing forward, but it seems like every time the electrocuted LeBlanc goes forward, they take more health damage than their opposition.
Yeah, it is that Wukong is rather slippery sometimes, can also deceive you with the clone, meaning that as soon as LeBlanc goes in, it is the boom, bop. Don't know if that is obviously not the,
I think that's the technical
official term. Yeah, not the official, the technical term, but I prefer it nonetheless.
Yeah, if it works, then might as well use it. Wukong is something that worked previously for the Nazgûl. They decide to use it again. They go aggressive. We see the Blade Surge being put out by Aurelia, but unable to find a kill. It's going to drop down, and we're going to see a return kill as Nemoin finds one. Is sent fleeing away. He's going to have to leave Paranoia Nocturne out to dry. Interesting trades overall favouring the Nazgûls.
Mid lane Monarch going a bit too deep. They're not being sure that this team can follow up. Beautiful chain though, coming here from the Moi. You could see that Wukong was trying to look for a kill. but it does still mean that that both of the teams are fairly even, although both of the kills have gone to LeBlanc for FMW.
Which could be massive when they get that reset. Something it seems like they are looking for at the moment. They want to bleed out. They're going to die to the Azir in the end. Azir picking up 2 kills, pretty useful for them, but LeBlanc getting going as the assassin, big damage dealer potentially into this game. That could be even bigger. One thing I really did like there was the Wukong's decision of when to die, and we'll come back in a moment as the Cyclone has been thrown down. Shurima Shuffle, Emperor's Divide, both used to pick up the kill onto mid lane Monarch, who had the shield, but it wasn't enough to save them from Amayombia.
Nazguls immediately recognize, hold on, FMW, didn't their LeBlanc just respawn and might actually go for a kill as soon as she respawns, but they saw that there was a numbers advantage and they took advantage of it immediately.
Yeah, FMW responding in kind, however, will be able to find the kill onto the Wukong. The question is, what price will they pay? The binding connects onto a minion, and all of a sudden LeBlanc not able to put down the damage they would like. Undying range not available there for Amayombia, is going to die off. So is the Azir. Big old turnaround from FMW. They equalize the kill crate. Now they have the opportunity to push.
I don't think all of the members of Nazgul have demolished, and you can clearly see the difference here. While they have won, I say 2 fights, because both of these teams have won 2 fights. Ooh, that's a bit big there. They don't really have the damage to push down these turrets really fast. Mid lane Monarch with a beautiful 2-man stun.
Ignite is going to connect onto the Aurelia, however, and despite all the dashes, all the blade surges, it's not enough to save mid lane Monarch. They get some damage down to the turret, but now the 3 strong unit of Nazguls, all at full health, are circling. They are closing down on what looks likely to be a first turret.
The one thing Nazguls is doing particularly well here is playing around with the sort of tempo this particular game gives you. Because if you play around with tempo, it's a 3v2. And they can push on the wave more than the enemy team can. They can make sure that there are always 2 members of Nazgul alive, while FMW has shown that sometimes there is an ace or sometimes it is a 1v3.
Paranoia thrown straight down to the Azir, doesn't pick up the kill, however, as underneath the sun, this Metagara is able to find the kill onto the Nocturne that's so rudely encroached onto the Nazgul's turf. They have made this side of the rift their own now.
FMW with a huge gold discrepancy. Nazgul's 1.5k ahead, and most of that gold is centered out, not around Stalin, just centered around entirety of their team. Beautiful ultimate, and mid lane Monarch is in trouble and is dead.
Very, very dead indeed. Even the Vanguard's edge thrown down as an offense from the Nazgul, so they look to pick up yet another kill. MLM is trying to do what they can. They do take down the Wukong. They may even be able to find themselves a triple here.
And a double even. Right now the last on this turret will be taken down as well, meaning that the Nazguls have not necessarily lost their lead, but their lead has shrunken significantly. Only 500 gold difference. We came from 1.5, guys. Don't forget that. Those shutdowns are big, and that's one of the reasons why you would want to go for executes, or not executes, why you sometimes, as soon as you get a lead, you want to kill yourself on the turret, because you don't want to have a potential shutdown go through the enemy. And this turret is still standing and standing strong. The Nazguls have protected it so far. They also have an advantage kill-wise. Yes, it's 3 kills because all these fights have gone back and forth. But I'd say Nazguls, they are looking to take this last turret down before the Nexus turrets.
And they have so much of an advantage with this super strong Azir right now. They go in, they take down the turret. Now they'll look to try and turn the fight on the back of it. Aurelia, blade surging back and forth, clears out the minions, but eventually falls themselves. Wukong yet again securing this one. Metagara having an absolutely phenomenal game. You talk about people, champions in fact, who've got 100% win rate right now. Wukong, one of the few in this tournament that can say that for themselves.
And this inhibitor is open for the taking for the Nazguls, and they have everything they need. They have also, we talk about his gold lead, but it went a bit more towards FMW after a certain fight. But right now Nazgul still looking for another one.
Ignite put down onto LeBlanc, who's going to get removed from the abyss. A 2 for nothing so far. Only Aurelia left to juke things out. Tries to find the precision, finds one onto Tryndamere, but doesn't manage to take down Wukong or Azir before being sent back to the fountain in a body bag. And it is going now to be the Nexus turret under threat. We're going to have super minions starting to rain in as well. Nazguls may even look for an execute here, or perhaps they're just going to get the damage down onto turrets so quickly.
I think even they can just suicide here and go completely onto the Nexus turrets. Oh, immediately they just get blown away. in the last-ditch attempt to save their Nexus turret. FMW, they're in a bad spot.
Well, we are going to see the two assassins come through and finding themselves kills, but not before almost their entire base was destroyed. FMW right up against the wall now as Nazguls. They look to defend their first turret in comparison to the last remaining turret the FMW still have.
It's a big difference. There's a lot of standing gold for FMW. They take one down, but can they take down the next one? LeBlanc has worked out so far. The one thing we do see is that Aurelia hasn't been able to do what the Aurelias have done previously. Farm up and actually be the damage dealer, actually be the one that not only engages a fight, but more than often than not finishes it out.
Nemoen goes very, very aggressive, gets stuck in the middle of things as all of a sudden we see Wukong putting down the Cyclone. The damage is good. Nocturne is no more. Neither is Aurelia. Only LeBlanc is left, chased down by the Sand Soldiers. It will be to their demise. Their health will come through for the Nazguls as they parade themselves forward to take away that final remaining Nexus turret. They will almost certainly obliterate the Nexus on this push and go 1-0 up in this best of 3.
Nazguls, they are one win removed from getting into that final, from actually being able to say we at least are grand finalists and we might be the winner for today. But that's not the case. They still need to play the last remaining game.
Interesting to know what Fakoli are thinking right now, having watched that first game, knowing that there is now a team who is just one step away from facing themselves in that grand final. That was a bit rough for FMW. Draft-wise, they looked for the Assassins. They looked to shut down the Azir as much as possible. They just weren't able to.
Also, FMW, there was sometimes a disconnect. I want to say mid lane Monarch at a certain point went in with the Aurelia, and I thought, this maybe isn't the best time to go in. With the LeBlanc picking up the kills, it also means that you take away from what we saw previously. You take away the gold, and you don't give it to Aurelia. Now, it is Nazguls taking the first win against FMW. Best of 3, meaning either Nazgul wins the next one, they advance, or FMW needs to win the next 2. And then we have both of our finalists known.
Yeah, a little bit of an update for those of you maybe weren't joining us earlier in the day. We saw these quarterfinals that were best of 1s. We saw the teams progress. Those teams that were knocked out in the best of 1s, they still take home a terrific prize, a great prize pool that we have here at Trovo Titans for this birthday bash. They were still able to pick up a little bit of winnings themselves, 5th to 8th. 3rd and 4th place still gets a huge helping of euros and of the Trovo points as well. However, as we just saw there, for Cody, they are in prime position, and now they might well be joined by Nazguls, who are 1-0 up. However, the reverse sweep is a very real possibility. Do we need to see a change in drafts, Av?
I kind of want to say yes. I like the idea of the Nocturne with a LeBlanc, but it clearly doesn't work against this particular comp. Also because, as we said before, the Azir does have some safety, the Tryndamere does loads of damage, and what actually ends up happening is, okay, you want to engage, and you're not able to find one particular target. You're not able to just jump on one particular target because the rest of the team was just clumped up. So as soon as you go in, the first person that goes in just gets blown up themselves. So it's kind of using the same tactic. What you might need is someone to either go with more pokes so you win these trades, or just make sure that your particular champion has a better matchup against these 3. Something like a Jax we've seen hovered a lot might do very well in this.
Yeah, I have been sounding a little bit like a broken record talking about it, but for me, wave clear is still a big issue as well. When you see a team go into a composition like this and they haven't got away, if they fall behind to clear out the minions as quickly as possible, their turret was downed, and by they I mean FMW, so quickly in that game, and it just meant there was more and more pressure, and by the time the super minions arrived, you've got even less opportunity to try and clear those away than, let's say, you would with the Anivia or even the Azir, of course, that we've seen so many times today. This could be FMW's last stand. They need to pick up a win here. If they don't take this game, then we know our grand final. FMW go home with part of the prize pool, but only the 3rd and 4th part.
Yep, immediately the Wukong being locked in. Wukong has worked out well for them. I think they're just going to stick with their comp. There's no reason for them to change anything. So I would imagine they just lock in the 3 same champions. Now, it is alongside of FMW to change it up. we sometimes see like these bruises like a Garen, which isn't particularly bad right now. The one disadvantage you have with the Garen is he does need minions to scale up his W, so he gets extra resistances. That's hard to do in these games. First of all, because it's only one lane and you kind of share minions. Second of all, because some of these games advance rather quickly.
They do advance quickly, and the Champs Select happens quite quickly as well. We've, as you said, had 2 guaranteed. This is quite unusual. Usually people hover for a little bit longer, but right now you can see that Nazguls, who remain on red side, they don't care. They're sticking with the comp that has won them 2 games so far, and they'll run it a 3rd time, even if it kills them. Over on the other side, LeBlanc locked in again, as is the Aurelia. The final lock-in looks to be a Tryndamere this time round, which I do like more than the Nocturne.
Yeah, I think the Tryndamere is just such a important part of this team composition, or at least of this, I want to say meta again, the meta we've seen grow today. It's because you extend those fights and because you can sometimes just use the ultimate to go for sort of a kamikaze run. Getting that little bit of extra damage on the turret is impactful. Making sure that you heal up from the queue, making sure that you always have backline access with the snowball is just almost bonkers, and that's why the Tryndamere, you should pick him up.
Well, Tryndamere is going to be present yet again on the Howling Abyss. Keep wanting to say the Rift, but of course, Summoner's Rift's taking a bit of a vacation for today's games. We're completely focused on what is our normal ARAM map. Of course, not quite as all random as normal. We don't have any bans. We do have the opportunity to pick any of the 155 champions you should wish. There's a lot of champions we've not been seeing, and if you could have had your pick of something you would have really liked to have seen today, but just haven't had the opportunity, what would it have been, Zav?
You know what? I have an immediate answer for this. It is Zed, purely because Zed is, if you can win with Zed, mad respect. But it is mostly, Zed has been a champion that has been out of the meta for a very long time, and I mean really out of the meta. We've never seen, I can look this up, by the way, and let me know in chat if I'm wrong, but I think for the last 3 years, we haven't seen Zed in pro play at all. And Zed being meta was, I want to say, season 4, the last time we actually saw something along those lines. So sometimes you see one in solo queue, sometimes you see one in like normal games, but normally Zed is just out of the picture. And I kind of want to Riot to give the champion a little bit more love, maybe give him even like a small rework like they did with Wukong to make him more balanceable. I don't know if that's a correct word, but I'm going to use it anyway.
Oh, it's absolutely not, but we're going to allow it. So yeah, interesting. A bit of love being shown there for the ninja. One of the things I was expecting to see a little bit more of and haven't seen so much today are engaged heavy supports. Things like an Alistair, like a Thresh, maybe even a Pike. I was really expecting to see a huge amount of that in this game, and yeah, it's not something that has been the case. But fair enough. As you say, the meta sort of builds itself up, and these teams have certainly done a good job of it. They found things that work exceptionally effectively.
Yeah, something like the Pike and a Master E, especially with the Pike, actually, because funneling gold or sharing gold is such a good tool to have. If you ever get like a 3 gold share kill, suddenly like, oh wow, we are massively ahead. Now, pulling the Pike off in the 3v3 means your ultimate is useful. Well, your abilities are kind of useful, but besides that, you don't dish out hell of a lot of damage. That being said, building lethality on Pike in ARAM, well, not ARAM, but on Howling Abyss works extraordinarily well.
It does indeed. So we've got ourselves a few moments just before we're able to bounce onto the Abyss for the second game in this best of 3. You promised me a cat story, Zav. Time to deliver.
Oh, okay, quickly. So very quickly, it followed up on your dog story where he always went for the face. When I had cats, I took care of my cats, and there was this one cat that realized, hold on, Zav is a pretty big sleeper, meaning he can just sleep for anything. One of the solutions she found was, what if I just literally sit on his face? And that's what she did. So she just sat on my face. Hey, sleepy time, wake up, I'm hungry, where's my breakfast? And kind of ties in with going for the head. Sometimes it was like, I push her away, and she went, okay, I'm gonna wait 2 more minutes until he's asleep again, and then just sit on his face once again until he wakes up and gives me food.
so many jokes I could make, but instead I'll follow it up by saying I had almost the exact same thing happen to me. It was the morning after my 18th birthday. The night had progressed to such an interesting level that I ended up sleeping in a friend of mine's conservatory, and I literally woke up the next morning with their cat on my face, which was not how I'd anticipated that one planning out. But so I can empathize with you there, Zav. We are back onto the Abyss. We can stop talking about cats and dogs, even though that is what it is raining here in the UK. And we can see the early aggression being put down. LeBlanc, Tryndamere trading back and forward. And yet again, it's Nazgols who come back with the healthier looking bars.
Taking a quick look at summoners and items and also keystones. Nothing particularly interesting or different from what we saw before. Once again, the mages opting to go for not the Howling Abyss item, but mostly for the Lost Chapter. Gives you mana back, so why shouldn't you? Also works you faster towards your Mythic, and the Guardian's Hammer is just too stat heavy and too gold efficient to let lay down in the shop.
Snowballs seem to be the main form of engage so far, with lots of people opting in to go straight into the aggression. Ignite put down onto Wukong, who's super low, gets dashed onto by the Aurelia, who this time has the support of their team, and it is going to be mid lane Monarch picking up first blood. Ignite put down onto Tryndamere, not enough to finish him off, but a quick burst from mid lane, from Nimoyen on the LeBlanc could well change that.
FMW turning it around massively this time, knowing, okay, last time we saw that taking down these turrets and having the early game aggression is what actually set up a sort of snowball, and we're going to do the exact same thing. The trades that they keep favorable, you see they're not going overly aggressive, but they do keep the enemy Tryndamere with a lower health bar to make sure that the next time they fight, it looks better for them.
Well, I guess that fight could be brewing, but yet again, an early first blood in this series, much different to how we saw things playing up between Fakoli and their opposition earlier on. Now the Nazgols, they are finding themselves slightly in a harder place than last time round. Again, aggression comes through, but this time Tryndamere stepped a little bit too far. Mid lane Monarch steps forward to find a bit of protection, does find the two-man stun.
Ooh, the snowballs being traded away once and again. That's something you can do with the Tryndamere, because if you connect that snowball and you spin out of the way immediately, there is a fairly good chance that with your spin you actually damage the enemy, meaning you've traded and escaped at the same time. So that's why you can see that they are trading the snowballs and then spinning out.
Mid lane Monarch, on the other hand, is just happy to consistently be throwing down those blades, trying to find as much as they possibly can, but they're not able to pick up a crucial stun this time around, but Nazgols are forced back. FMW, crucially, however, haven't started to bite down onto that turret, apart from that little chunk of damage you can see from the minions.
Mid lane Monarch is kind of struggling with his mana regeneration, meaning that in the next team fight comes up, he might run out of mana. Oh, and this might be an engage.
The fight comes in, the stun lands, that's a nice use yet again of the Emperor's Divide, putting two underneath turret, but the Undying Rage is going to keep turret shots failing to connect. FMW do lose two members, however they get one in return. The Nazgols chasing, trying to find the kill on LeBlanc, who immediately eviscerates the Tryndamere, who had no more rage to undie with. Now it's just the two mages left on the Abyss.
And because it's a 2-for-2, I'd say FMW actually has the better trade here, because they come back and oh, it's the LeBlanc flashing. The chain doesn't connect though, and she is just stuck behind enemy lines. So yes, she might have a W, but where is she gonna go? Where is she gonna go to safety? Absolutely nowhere.
Not going to pick up a kill, which maybe might be crucial when we look towards the gold amounts and the items picked up by LeBlanc on this back. Everybody now with that extra chance to die, apart from the extra chance to buy, apart from the Azir, who is still deathless in this game. This means that they're going to get a bit of alone time with the turret, but it turns out they're not alone and they get quickly shut down, but the gold is there for the quick purchase of the Leandrins.
So what Hellas Toto did there is you have an advantage and a disadvantage. So, okay, you were sitting on 3 kills, you were sitting on a lot of gold, so you needed to back. So, okay, giving the kill away is in the end going to be more beneficial for your team, but you do give a shutdown. And we talked about this before. You don't want to you don't want to have shutdowns on your team. You want to make sure that that doesn't happen.
You talked about Tryndamere trading their life to try and make sure they get damage onto turrets. Well, this time, it was going to demolish proc that Monarch gave their life up for. The question is now, what do Nazgols do with the 3v2 advantage?
I think they have to push here. I think Nazguls know that, okay, we have 5 seconds on mid lane Monarch. It's going to take a little bit of time to get back here. They don't have a wave, sadly, but if they can get the health bars lower from FMW, if they can make sure that the next fight are going to go in, they're going to win again, then you have a snowball from a potential snowball from the Nazguls.
That is an opportunity they're going to have, but they are currently down on gold, and it is FMW who are a game down in this best of 3 who are pushing forward. They're finding good damage. They're finding a root connecting onto the Tryndamere. Does have Undying Rage back up again and will turn the aggression back around. Cyclone finding multiple knockups, but eventually dying off. Wukong not able to do any more in this fight. Undying Rage managing to keep Hanzitra alive, only for a moment, however, before the final Sand Soldier slaps him around the face.
Yeah, once again, this is a 1-for-1 trade, which is in the favor from Nazgul. Unless Mid League Monarch can do something here, and he gets immediately killed off. Only the LeBlanc remaining, and his Halastoda going in again. He might go for a kill here, but they want to get this turret down ASAP as soon as possible. If you just let yourself be executed or let yourself be killed, you can go for a favorable reset. Okay, the pickup just still, the LeBlanc was able to get the shutdown. This mid lane turret still stands, but for how long is the question. Being taken down right now. I don't think the Wukong will win this one, especially since it's a 2v1 in stun connects. And these kind of moves from the Nazguls, I get that you want to reset, but remember, those 300 gold you get every time from a kill will eventually make a difference. You want to manage resources, you want to manage tempo. They have backed, and now because of the tempo they kind of lost. They also lost this turret as well.
They did indeed, and now we are going to see yet another push going through. FMW being so much more aggressive in this game, working well as a team. Vanguard's edge put down, damage on the turret is good. They need to take it down, however, before the turret starts to kill them off one by one by one. They do turn one around onto the Tryndamere, but it's still a 3-for-1, and Nazguls come out on top and keep their turret.
I get the idea from FMW, and it was actually pretty close for them to, okay, we're gonna go all in on this turret, and then we actually might turn a fight. But you have longer death timers now. If it doesn't work, if the bet doesn't pay off, you will lose this turret as well.
Let's be real clear about it, Zav. This is still a much, much closer game than game 1 was. FMW are well in with a chance of taking us to a game 3 in this one. And they find themselves yet another kill. Hellas, who went unkilled for so long, does have 7 kills to name, but 3 deaths as well. The question is, has mid lane Monarch chased a little bit too far? Snowball connects as Tryndamere chases onto Tryndamere. Flash forward from the LeBlanc. They want to put down the damage, put down the chains, finding the lockup, find the root. Nemoin makes themselves another kill. And now it's just the Wukong left to fend off the wolves from this turret, and it is going to drop down so quickly given the health it's on.
The comeback for FMW is very, very real, because it's 10 seconds. It's 10 seconds on the enemy Tryndamere, but they can't take down this inhibitor, meaning that wave clear sometimes is an issue for them because they need to stand in the wave and they can get picked out then.
Well, this is going to be another fight being taken on yet again. Wukong is able to use the clone yet again. They step away to safety, but they get engaged on again. Undying Rage put straight down, and Manduara is no more. Tryndamere is able to turn one around onto LeBlanc, finds another onto their opposition. Tryndamere almost completes the triple, but it's stolen away at the last moment by the Azir. And yet again, Nazguls go 3-1 in the fight.
It is a battle of famine between both of these teams. So you win a fight, you lose a fight. You win a fight, you lose a fight. Fine, if that's the way you want to play. But keep in mind for the Nazguls, because they're down structures, because they're down objectives, it means that in the long run, they shouldn't or they can't win. The one other side of that coin is death timers keep being longer and longer. So Nazguls might just stall for a fight where they death timers are so long right now. We can actually win in one go, and they have the Sun Disc from the Azir to balance out the wave more towards their side.
It is very much so helping take out those 2 minions. The clear is good for the Nazguls. They will push forward. They will look to take their second turret here. Will have the Morris Proc available, but they want the Fires first. Already using the Emperor's Divide to try and keep the Assassins at bay. Manduara takes down Hanzitra before they're even able to get the Undying Rage down, as they didn't actually have it available to them. Mid lane Monarch try and do work. Is looking to take out one. Is able to do so, but the chase down is good for Wukong. They kill off the clone of the LeBlanc, but LeBlanc themselves still lurking in the background. The Ignite not quite ticking down the Tryndamere. Aggression being put forward onto the Azir. The assassin finds the burst, finds the kill. Now they need to take down the Tryndamere to prevent the inhib from being equalized.
Ooh, and he spins into her and he gets the kill. And this is huge because this is what Nazgûls were looking for. They want to make sure that the status quo they had in their disadvantage is turned around.
Immediately we do see the shutdown coming in, but that was very much of the Nazgûls doing. Crucially, they find the inhibitor, so suddenly supers are pushing into supers, and it will be FMW who see the opposition inhibitor respawning first.
Let's take a quick look at the items. One of the things I see is Halostoda getting himself an hourglass, a stopwatch right now, meaning that he's able to maybe survive a burst from a LeBlanc. If we take a look at the gold lead, the biggest difference is mostly between the actually between the Tryndamere. So the Tryndamere alongside of Nazgûl has more gold accumulated, but FMW's Aurelia is starting to look like such a menace and such a scary threat.
To be honest, I would say the same for any of the 6 champions and their summoners on the Abyss right now. This game still feels like it can very much go either way. It could all come down to this fight that is brewing underneath the Nexus turret. Aggression from the LeBlanc, but takes 2 turret shots for their trouble. Cycloning forward, we're going to see the Wukong going in, trying to find the shot and trying to find the kill. Not quite able to take down the LeBlanc, and Zisha takes down Madgara instead. It's a 1 for nothing in favour of FMW, with the Nazgûls trying to defend with all of their might, but now it's Azir up against an entire army. What will the Sand Soldiers be able to do against a Tryndamere, against an Aurelia, against an LeBlanc, who want nothing more than to take the Azir's life and take away the Nexus turret? Vanguard's Edge thrown down, does catch onto the Azir, but they're able to step out to safety. Turret shot will connect onto the LeBlanc. In goes the Aurelia with the precision, is going to get the good damage, get the stopwatch. Midlane Monarch is going to fall. The turret shots coming in are not enough to save Hellas's life. That is going to be Undying Rage being triggered. Both the Nexus turrets will fall. The question is, oh my gosh, that was so tight. Will we see FMW able to take any more? The answer is no. Madgara with the hero play.
Pretty long dead timers for FMW, but it doesn't really matter because the super minions are pushing into the Nazgûls. They won't be able to just run it down. The distance is too much to cover, and the Nazgûls, they have the tiniest bit of health standing on this turret. I think if you sneeze onto it, it will just fall down and crumble. FMW, they just need one more fight, or they can just decide to kind of run it down. Just go, guys, there's an open Nexus, almost open Nexus.
Inhibitor has respawned, Xavier, so that is a big moment. So Nazgûls will have supers pushing, FMW will not. But as you say, I don't believe the Nazgûls can let FMW get close to that Inhibitor, close to that Nexus turret, because with Undying Rage back up again in 20 seconds, FMW could just end the game if they get close enough.
This is really smart what they're doing. So they're building up the wave, making sure they have as much supers who are not only going to help in a team fight, triple at this moment, they're not only going to help in a team fight. Super minions buff in Howling Abyss, super minions buff your champions, meaning they get extra buffs in team fights, and at a certain point, if the team fight goes on too long, FMW is going to have to deal with this massive wave.
With the Rage circling around Tryndamere, it looks like the Eye of Sauron is around this Tryndamere. Will the Nazgûls be able to use that to their advantage as they look to try and take down the opposition Nexus turret, having already seen their own almost be destroyed? We do see the gold stopwatch coming in. FMW trying to make the defense, but their health bars are going lower and lower. Nazgûls have done well in this fight. Can they get any more? It's just the Tryndamere left standing. They're duking it out with the Undying Rages. They don't take down the Nexus turret, and crucially, Tryndamere has been left spinning away to take down objectives for themselves. They have to go past the Sun Disc. They're going to have to go past the minions, which will be trying to take down this tiny bit of remaining health. They'll get themselves one health pad, and they'll almost certainly get it in him. Can they get more, Zan?
Do they have the time, though? 8 seconds on Halastoda, but can he take down the Tryndamere? The super minions are actually not helping a lot here. They might be able to do it. Mid lane Monarch is healing from this, and they might be able to do it. Only Ambrosia hasn't responded. The health bars not where they need to be, but they go in. There is one of the men down, and mid lane Monarch is not going to survive either. FMW doesn't get it.
I can't believe what I'm seeing. Now Nazgûls have a 3v1, the opportunity to push in. Crucially, the Inhibitor has respawned, something that cannot be said for the Nazgûls. This will buy them the time they need for Hanzicha and mid lane Monarch to respawn. The question is, will the damage be done before then?
I'm wondering if the LeBlanc isn't just gonna jump over them and straight head for the Nexus. It would be
Surely
a
not.
ballsy move to make, but surely
time.
not. No time. But this is just too great to cover. 3 seconds on mid lane Monarch stand.
Oh,
How's it
everybody's
gonna
back
turn
up.
out?
This is the fight to end the game. All the Nexus turrets are going to be gone, but who will have health bars to kill off the Nexus? It's going to be a tight fight. Lovely use of the Emperor Survivor. The Sand Soldier's doing great work, but the Azir is eventually taken down. Going gold at Nazgols only have one last player left. He gets through.
Undying Rage!
He's got the Undying Rage. Is it enough? One more hit. This could do it. Game to the Nazgols. I can't believe it. They will be in the grand final.
Oh, the Nazguls, they did it with the last amount of hope they had left. The list build. Sorry, I can't even speak anymore. It was so close. Literally, the Undying Rage was timed out as soon as that last auto attack was on its way, and they got it down. Wow. Okay, they are strong under pressure, the Nazguls. I gotta give him that.
What a coin flip of a last fight. That honestly could have gone either way. That last split second of Undying Rage, enough to secure the Nazguls a victory, enough to propel themselves into the grand final. And now we do know exactly who will be in that grand final. It will be a matchup between our conquering Ficoli, and they now go up against the Nazguls. Zidu and Brolia and FMW, they fall. They take the third and fourth part of the prize pool, which is still a mighty fine helping of euros and points. But Ficoli and Nazguls, they are the teams who have the opportunity to play for the biggest share. And my word, they deserve it after a game like that.
Yeah, definitely. And both of these teams have remained undefeated, meaning that that's going to change in the next game. Now, a little bit more about last game. I love what Nazguls, they quickly realized, okay, this is going to be a battle of famine. This is going to be a way where we just have to trade objectives, and eventually we just need to get that last bit of push. They recognized it, and they got it in the end. Beautifully executed.
They sure did. We need a moment to calm down after that terrific game, but please stick around because we have the grand final of our Birthday Bash tournament coming up after this short break. We'll see you soon. One last time today, it is my pleasure to welcome you back to our Trovo Titans Birthday Bash. We've been having a fantastic Howling Abyss tournament. However, it's reaching its conclusion. One best of three will decide whether it's Ficoli or Nazgols that take home the majority of this fantastic prize pool. I am Greyheart. I'm still joined by, I don't know what I was about to call you, but it definitely wasn't Exodus. I'm still joined by Exodus, even though I've forgotten his name. And how excited are you for this fantastic final after what we just witnessed?
Wow. Okay. Okay, Steve.
I have been called worse.
I've been called that's the same. No, as you said, we're going into the final. Both of these teams haven't lost a single game, meaning that will come to an end after this one. We're jumping straight into champion select. And do they need to make a difference? As in, do they need to change up their roster? I actually don't think so. I want to see how this performs against each other.
It'll be interesting. There's got two teams here who have played the exact same composition through all four of their games. They have not lost any of those games. As you yourself just said, for one of these teams, that has to change now. The question is, what changes? Is it the unbeaten composition because they play it and they lose? Or is it the composition itself because they decide they need to do something different against this opposition? I feel like Ficoli come into this one as favourites, having sort of pioneered that Aurelia comp as we've seen it today in the tournament. However, after the win that we've just seen Nazgols pick up, they've got to be full of energy and hype on the back of such a tight win.
I tend to agree. Yeah, it's Ficoli who has sort of, you phrased it perfectly, pioneered the Aurelia. Now, what Nazgols have done is they have added Wukong in there instead of a Tryndamere, meaning you have a little bit more utility. You have a little bit more knock-up and CC. We've continuously seen this Cassiopeia hover, which might be extraordinarily interesting because it is a pickup that can dash out damage, has CC, but the Azir is just still too strong. And it's actually going to be a mirrored composition from both.
It is indeed, and you were talking about that adjustment that was made. It was the Wukong over the Aurelia, and that's the exact change that has now been made by Ficoli as they decide to try and pair things up in exactly the same way. It's a mirror matchup. It's a caster's worst nightmare as they're like, OMG,
Wukong kills Wukong.
But even so, first game of this one. This is where it essentially comes down to player skill and how well you make your comp work, because you can have no complaints about, we got outdrafted here. You have literally got exactly the same compositions playing into each other. Interesting to see the Wukong stepping in place of the Aurelia. I personally like that. I think it makes a lot of sense. We saw how well that could work out with what the Wukong did in the last game up against FMW. That being said, we just have things starting on a level playing field coming into game one. I think that's terrific.
Yeah, no blaming Riot coding on this one, since you both have this exactly the same team. Now, you can switch it up a little bit with, of course, the summoners, with, of course, the runes. Something we do often see is the snowball has been taken over something like a Flash, or Exhaust and Barry has also been taken over a Flash. All these champions are fairly mobile, so that is not very surprising. But I want to see Exhaust again. Exhaust is such an... sometimes in lower echelons of rank, not I'm dissing anyone there, but Exhaust is underrated. Exhaust not only gives you the slow, but it gives you that damage reduction. And on a Wukong, the cycloning, that is doing his cycloning, I don't know, it does reduce that damage as well. Or for example, on a Tryndamere that is with his undying range, and those crits are gonna hit everyone through the roof and back into the Nexus, meaning that if you can get a little bit of damage off of that, your Azir actually might survive.
I see your point, but I'd like to see your Exhaust and raise you an Ignite. How many crucial plays have we seen today where that last tick of Ignite was what was like the difference between winning or losing? I will say that on that last one, Exhaust certainly would have been more useful than Ignite for FMW. I'm not saying that as any critique of them, but because of course the Exhaust can negate a little bit of what the Tryndamere is essentially doing at that point, rather than the Ignite that does nothing because it's undying. But generally speaking, I've quite liked to see the Ignite pickups. I think finding that blend, that mix of Mark Dash with the Snowball into a nice balance of Exhaust and Ignite, that can often be the real setup to victory. And we'll see exactly what these two teams have gone for.
No, it's an interesting thing you put forward because also something you have to take into account on Howling Abyss, your summers have a very reduced cooldown, and with Ignite already being the spell with the lowest cooldown in the game, well, besides Snowball, meaning that you can actually Ignite quite often. And we did see in these fights, Ignites come out left, right, and center, meaning, hold on, this is an extra skill that does true damage, and of course you have the Grievous Wounds it puts in. So be sort of leisurely using them more, as in, okay, it's only, I think it's 80 or 90-second cooldown. That's not a lot. I mean, you can sure sometimes get 10 ignites in there. Well, 10, get like 7 or 6 ignites during the entire game.
Well, earlier on we were talking about Rise. Now we're talking about Ignite, but we've got to turn our attention to the Warriors, who are going to be competing. We've got 6 players who so far have been undefeated on the Abyss, and I'm going to come to you for a prediction for this series. Who do you think's taking the win, and what's going to be the game score?
Look, okay. I like because Ficoli matched this here. They have the confidence to say, look, we can outmatch you, and I want to give it to Ficoli because Nazgul's last game was super tight.
Interesting. And are you going 2-0 or 2-1 for the series?
I'm going to say 2-1 in favor of Ficoli.
Okay, well, we'll find out whether expert and analyst Xavier is right or whether we should have asked the Greyhounds already. The Mark Dash is coming in already. Aaron taking a huge chunk of health.
Cost curse.
Hey,
immediately, as soon as you hype them up, they take an unfavorable trade. It is only the first trade. It's only level 3, so no biggies. We have seen these trades can go back and forth in the early game, which is impactful in the long run. But right now, it's not a super big difference. What's more important, how many summers have been burned? 2 snowballs. Okay, on Howling Abyss, that's fine.
The thing that I'm most interested by in this early game is exactly which of these 2 teams' playstyles comes to the forefront. We saw Ficoli in their semi-finals being patient, waiting to level 6 for crucial abilities to be available to them before they went aggressive. Nazgul's did not wait past the 2-minute 30 mark to try and secure first blood in any of their games so far today. So let's see whether it's going to be that patient build-up or if this is just going to be an absolute fiesta.
So one of the reasons why the Azir has been picked up so many times is these 2 champions, especially the Tryndamere and the Wukong, they heal up from auto-attacking, especially the Tryndamere. And with the Azir, you can kind of counter that, as in you can kind of be a sort of deterrent because you have your Sand Soldiers. Ooh, big crit, by the way.
That was a huge crit. Of course, we see the exhaust there on Amiondia. If they'd got the Ignite, that could have been first blood secured on Commander, but it was not to be. There is still an Ignite available on the Wukong, though. They could look for this.
Definitely could. Having the sort of prio here, having the template at your side is so detrimental sometimes. Again, that Earl or getting that first blood. Look at the amount of rage between the two Tryndameres. Look at the Sand Soldiers you can put down there. Yeah, mirror matchups are not fun to cast. Oh, well, the tournament is fun, but are less fun, as in, what's going on?
I'm so happy to tell you something here, and that is that we're seeing so close to a mirror match up on the Summoner spells, but there's just one little difference, and it's the exact difference you and I were talking about, and it's Tryndamere on one side having Snowball and Exhaust, and on the other side, Snowball and Ignite. Maybe this is a game changer, maybe we're just making something out of nothing, but hey, we're paid to talk, so we might as well do it.
Exactly. And if you don't like us talking, well, tough luck. You can always, you know how you can always say, I don't like this Exodus guy, just give me a follow on Twitter and explain it in very...
but in all seriousness, do it. Go follow at Caster Exodus. He's got some great content.
Also follow Stan, by the way.
yeah, because you totally know my Twitter handle. But anyway, Nazgul, they're pushing in.
Hold on, Greyheart99.
I thought you were going to say something else then for a moment. Nazgul's managing to starve Ficoli of that little bit of health, pushing forward just as the relic was spawning. They'll be able to push back and get their own should they want to restore Wukong to full health. Meanwhile, this is a very, very aggressive play coming in from Eren, and right now it's Ficoli who are on the back foot.
Something that I've noticed here is not all of the teams have taken Demolish right now. The Tryndamere on the long sides of Nazgul, he has taken Bone Plating instead of the Demolish, meaning that it's definitely them trying to win more towards winning those fights, and Vicoli more towards pushing very fast.
Madagara was looking for the Cyclone, but gets caught out, and it goes up first blood. Vicoli securing that for themselves before eventually seeing their own Azir die. Now it's down to the Tryndameres and the Wukongs to deal damage to each other. Now we're just left with the two Tryndas, and Undying Rage not available anymore for Amion. Sorry, it is available for them, so maybe they can turn this fight around. Everyone will have their own should they want to use it, but I'm not sure Amion though even wants to win this fight. They're happy to just get the reset right now, making the fellow Tryndamere wait as long as possible. I take it all back, he's killed him.
I think he didn't want to burn the ultimate there. That's a smart move. Also, here trying to go for the execute on the Wukong. Sometimes it really depends on who you funnel the kills into, and especially Tryndamere having that early game advantage. Tryndamere having that one item or a half item extra, it means that he gets that 100% crit chance faster. So if you want to give early kills, I'd say give him to the Azir, because he takes longer to actually get online.
Does indeed. Just waiting around in base, trying to maybe pick up a completed item. We'll see whether any mythics have been completed. As the scoreboard is brought back up, no, not quite yet. Just a few key components getting closer towards those Trinity forces for the Wukongs. It looks like it's yet again going to be Liandry's for the Azirs. Meanwhile, probably once again going to be the what have we been seeing? It's been the Kraken Slayer, I think, for most Tryndameres today. See if that remains true.
I think last time from the Nazguls, we also saw a shield bow.
Yeah, I was just looking at that vampiric scepter and thinking that, yeah.
Especially with the way these fights envelop, and because you're up against Wukong, if you can out-heal him, if it's that difference of one auto attack of one ability, yeah, healing is definitely going to come in handy. Also, I mean, Tryndamere does bonkers damage, so whenever you auto attack, your healing is kind of through the roof.
A valid point, and again that's where the ignite starts to come into play as well. We're seeing on 2 out of 3 of Vicoli's champions here. Nazguls, they've stepped forward, they've found themselves some good kills, but they are just narrowly down in terms of the gold. We see all of this CS seeming to be funneled over to the Tryndamere for both of these two teams as things currently stand. Both of them happy to yet again let that be such a strong carry, and doing so much to the enemy structures during the Undying Rage.
It's waiting for the next team fight. The Azirs are dishing out the damage with the Sand Soldiers. It's kind of tricky, right? Because with the Azir, you sometimes want to engage.
Oh. Cyclones coming in from both of the Wukongs. A huge Emperor's Divide using Amion is able to take down Aaron, and it is going to be Amion who still had the Undying Rage available. Try and target the rest of the opposition. Undying Rage blocking out one turret, getting a little bit of a heal, but it's not enough to turn the attention onto Manda. The difference there is that Hellas dies instantly. Man's doing damage right through to the end of the fight, and that's why Vicoli stand tall at the end.
Vicoli, they do stand tall, and they might need to push this turret in. What you want to do here is maybe even get an execute. You're sort of denying gold here. I think Mander hasn't gotten a kill just yet, or isn't on shutdown gold, meaning it's not a waste that you actually go for that execute. That's big. That's something that will get your snowball rolling faster. And because it's a mirror matchup, these tiny differences do count and matter a lot.
It wasn't quite a mirror matchup, but it was pretty close to one in our last game. We know how that came down to the wire. Literally a split second of Undying Rage, enough to get that final auto attack onto the Nexus from the Nazguls. Maybe they find themselves in a similar position here. They're pushing down, they're looking to try and get some damage onto this opening turret, but they've got to be careful where they're stepping. Got to be aware of the potential Emperor's Divide that could come through, but it is still on cooldown for both of these Azirs.
And these Emperor's Divides do make the difference. The exhaust is not up. Some of the spells are slowly but surely coming up. But Hellas Toto is kind of behind on this cooldown, so this might be in a better spot for Vicoli.
Amion went aggressive, didn't have the Undying Rage, paid with their life for it. Aaron, on the other hand, did have the Undying Rage available to him, having died so early in the last fight. They are able to come back, turn things around. Manda yet again finding kills. There is some shutdown gold to go over to Hellas, but in the end, Vicoli yet again taking themselves a big edge with the Emperor's Divide. They find the next kill as well. They'll find the pressure onto the turret. Vicoli are in the driver's seat.
Fakoli are definitely in the driver's seat, and this is looking to be a little bit more. Now we can see who has the clear advantage. It's definitely Fakoli, not only with the first third, but the way they execute some of these fights. I think this is just kind of the suicide to get the reset in, but purely because, you know, okay, it is Fakoli who fights fast. It's Fakoli who still has summoners up, and it's Fakoli who sometimes times all of their summoners together and then commits. So if Nazgul can get into the same flow, they might even out the game, but right now they are definitely behind.
I misspoke earlier. I said we were close to seeing Trinity Forces for the Wukong. Instead, it's going to be Divine Sunderer for both the Monkey Generals. It is the Kraken Slayer going over to Aaron's Tryndamere. Over on the other side, the Shield Bow completed for Amionbia. Leandri's, unsurprisingly, for both the Azirs. Very much what we've been seeing all day long. Turret equalization looks certain to happen. Aggression with the Cyclone. Tryndamere going in as well. This is a really nice aggressive play. The Nazgul's already managed to take down the opposition Azir. Wukong going to equalize things back, but a quick pick under turret from Azir yet again is enough to put the Nazguls back in a position of dominance. Kyrus trying to find the damage onto the Azir, but it's just not there. Amionbia still living through the Undying Rage, getting some damage down onto turrets. Sad for them that they do not have the Demolish available to them. Flash from Hellas, is it enough to save their lives? Yes, it is, with Tryndamere arriving at the last moment to save their friendo.
Oh, and Nazgul, they turn it around, and they turn it around at the perfect timing because you can get them, you get the turret down as well, and now you have an open inhibitor. Maybe one going in once again. The Undying Rage is not available, but look at the damage he's dishing out, and that means it's even in kills, but it's also almost even in gold. Yes, there is one extra turret standing for Nazgul, but how much of a difference is it gonna make, Stan?
I'm not sure. I think this is a real close game yet again. Scenes that remind me of the last game that we saw in the semi-final between FMW and Nazguls. And I feel like this game could go equally close because I could not honestly tell you who I think has the edge right now.
No, same. I mean, the gold is that even. Yes, there's a difference in items. We can talk a little bit about that. Nazguls realized, okay, our Tryndamere is definitely the most fat member, and he's also building a little bit more defensively sometimes. With that I mean the shield bow, you heal, you have the shield, the Phantom Dancer gives you those extra auto attacks. On the other side, it's Fakoli saying, look, Aaron, you're 5-4, you Kraken Slayer, you're already doing damage, you don't really need to survive, you need to have that extra bit of utility I keep talking about. So maybe build towards having a little bit more armor.
Yeah, I'm unsure whether I like this or not. I feel like the Phantom Dance has been such a crucial part of the Tryndamere's kits that we've seen working earlier on. Dash in from Kybis is going to throw the clone down behind them, making sure that they stay alive. Getting to see the gold leads here. If I could ask the terrific folks over at production if they could drag the summoners so that they match up with their mirror matchup on the scoreboard, that would be absolutely fantastic. Just so we can see the Azirs next to the Wukong, Azirs next to the Azirs, and Wukongs and Tryndameres, and you know what I'm talking about, right, Zav?
Yeah, comparing apples with apples, right? That's
the one.
Good. Comparing Azirs with Azirs, basically same thing. But going back to the difference in build, so the Nazguls, their Tryndamere can survive longer. You see that in these fights, he doesn't go down quite as easily. He just heals back up. It does mean that the Hellas Todo doesn't have the damage to his counterpart. So it's who to focus. It's a bigger question for the Nazguls, and Fakali knows, well, we need to avoid Tryndamere as long as possible, and then we deal with him.
I'm a big fan of the what-if stories coming out of Marvel, and I'm wondering at this point, what would this situation have been like had we seen the Aurelia from Fakoli that we've seen so many times from them earlier today? Would that have made a bit of a difference? Would that have been more impactful in attempting to kill off Hellas? It's an answer that we won't get to find out in this particular game, maybe something that changes coming into Game 2.
It is... I mean, it is so close between these two teams. These Years can set up the turrets here as well. They use the Sun Disk. They think, hey, it's free real estate, so why not build something? But as long as it doesn't advance, as long as it's status quo, because of the range with the Azirs isn't broken, we're going to see a particularly... we're going to see something like this coming out continuously. Now, I was thinking, oh, this is a long game. It's only 13 minutes. So, a lot of stuff has happened.
It's high tempo and all the summoners are up. We do see the Emperor's Divide used to try and shove the Wukong away. The Cyclone already put in, getting good damage down onto the Nazgul. Manda yet again trying to pick their target. They get shut down by Madagara. Now it's down to the rest of the Nazgul to try and, the rest of the Fakoli to try and save this fight. Eren managing to find one. Has got 2 low health targets but just can't get enough healing. Dashes forward, gets damage down on the Hellas, but it's not enough. Nazgul win the fight. Push on towards the inhibitor.
It's Fakoli not being able to deal with the enemy Tryndamere, exactly what we were talking about. Because that Tryndamere dishes out so much damage, and because it can sustain with healing, they have their backline, their Wukong and their Azir mostly can't handle it. It just doesn't survive the damage from the Tryndamere. That's why Nazgul's won that last fight.
Oh, a turret takes the big old demonic proc, and 1 turret will be destroyed on this push from the Nazgul. They take not just the inhibitor, but half of the Nexus turrets of Fakoli. Fakoli, the unbeaten team coming into this one. Much like the Nazguls, they are looking like they're on the precipice of suffering their first defeat in this tournament.
Yeah, it's gonna be trickier. Yes, there's a good reset coming out from the Nazguls. This turret might not survive because 3 people from Fakoli are up, but still, you might have your inhibitor. You have your super minions that can stall. So what you need to do as the Nazguls, win 1 more fight and look for an end.
Inhibitor for inhibitor is going to be the trade in the end, but 1 Nexus turret gained by the Nazguls means they still have got themselves that small advantage, but they've fallen behind in terms of a gold lead. So much of their gold, so much of their CS, so many of their kills are on Amion Beer, on the Tryndamere. Nazguls have to play through him effectively to try and win this next fight, and that fight could be brewing right now.
Still waiting for it to happen. Here we see Emperor's Divide coming out double!
Emperor's Divide, double Cyclone. It is absolutely a bloodbath now with Madagara coming out on top. But in the end, it is Eren who comes out with the triple kill. Now, the question is, will the minions arrive in time to push down the base with a Wukong and a Tryndamere? I think the answer may well be yes, now.
Yeah, they have 20 seconds. This is the window to do it. This is how you win the first game. Fakoli. They have the Demolish procs as well. And surely this is the end. This is Fakoli winning that first game and the best of 3. It came down to execution and it came down to that last fight.
Fakoli retain their unbeaten status here in this tournament. They are now only 1 win away from picking up the first place prize pool. Nazguls, they're going to have to bounce back. They themselves have been on the side where they've picked up a victory just by the narrowest of margins. This time, they fall in a similar way. Can they bounce back even more so for game number 2? I, for one, hope so, because I want this to go to 3.
I really want this to go to 3 as well. It's very difficult to gauge what exactly you could do differently. I mean, it comes down to builds and summoners, and as we talk about, okay, this is better, this is better. But in the end, because it's a complete mirror matchup, during the last game, it was purely done by execution. It's continuously, okay, we win a fight, then we execute, we have a reset, and we could get a turret down. But because the dead timers get longer and longer, that becomes kind of a risky strategy where as soon as you reach that, you can see it, as soon as you reach that, I want to say 15 to longer game time, if you lose a fight, you simply lose the game. Both of the teams have so much damage, they have so much potential of just destroying and obliterating these turrets that, yeah, last fight wins the game.
I can't remember which of the champions says it as one of their voice lines, but rest is for the weak, and as a result, we're not going to have any rest for these 2 teams. They'll be bouncing straight back into Champ Select for the second game in this series. Will we yet again see a comp that continues to prove to be exceptionally strong, or will we see some changes? It feels like if there are going to be changes, that it should probably be coming from the Nazguls, but already locking in their composition and saying, we are not changing. We can win with this.
Yeah, that's daring, that's strong, saying, okay, we can just completely win with this. We don't really have to change. Right now, it's on the other side. It is definitely, I think they're just going to go for another mirror matchup. I think that's fair statement. They will. The Aurelia is still on the table, and that's something they are considering.
It is a possibility. It's worked twice already for Fakoli. They've got a little while to decide. They opt into the mirror matchup. We are going to get to see this once again on the Rift. And, well, we know how it played out in Game 1. It's got to go differently for the Nazguls if they want to keep this tournament alive.
Yeah, the Nazguls, they're one victory away from losing. Sorry, one defeat away from losing. But the opposite, obviously, is also true. It's Spicoli. If they win this one, they just need to do the same thing as they did before. I kind of like how they sometimes pivot in their build, how they sometimes pivot in their win condition, to so to speak, and they say, okay, we have a tankier Tryndamere, right? Because he's not going to die anyway, so let's let him be the front line right up until the moment where we actually do need the damage. I'm going to be completely honest. This is something casters normally don't say. But in that last fight with the double Cyclone, with the double Emperor's Divide, that was like almost pixel perfect right on top of each other with the double Undying Rage animations, I had kind of difficulty seeing what was going on, because it must be for these players as well. For these players, they must be, okay, is this my Wukong or is this their Wukong?
Yeah, a really valid question, and one I'm not going to pretend I definitely knew the answer to. What I do know is that the Tryndamere on the side of Spicoli came up absolutely trumps. The Kraken Slayer and the Ignite over the Shield Bow and the Exhaust definitely won the day there. And yeah, maybe that was the biggest difference. Maybe, as some people are saying in chat, it was an Azir diff. Maybe we just saw one team just performing better, but for me, things look very, very close. I really didn't know which way things were going to go until the death started to flash up on the screen. In the end, as we saw, though, it went very, very nicely for Spicoli. They are at match point.
I think Spicoli still is a favorite in this. I mean, obviously won the first game. They have beaten the undefeated Nazguls, but still, if Spicoli can keep this up, if they just play the same way they did the other time, it is a mirror matchup. They clearly have some advantage some of the time, so just play it safe. Don't be overly greedy, as we've seen today, and eventually you might be able to get that sweet, sweet victory and get that I think it's 1,000 euros, the first prize. Remind me again.
Yeah.
And 100 of those Titan coins.
Yeah, got to get those points stacking up. It's really been a lot of fun working here on Birthday Bash. And guess what, Zav? Just before you get onto your clearly very interesting point, we get to do it all again tomorrow. So if you've enjoyed what you've seen today, please do tune in same time tomorrow. We'll be doing the same tournament, but on the EU Northeast server. Perhaps some of the same players. You are allowed to do that, but playing on different servers. If you've got multiple accounts, I believe. I will apologize if I'm incorrect on that one. And yeah, we'll get to do all of this again. And frankly, that for me is wonderful. What are we going to say, Zav?
It's been a while. It actually ties in nicely with this. It's been quite a while since I've played on an EU North account. Is there more snow on the Howling Abyss map because they're more up north, or is it just as cold there? I know there's a sea climate as well for Scandinavia, but
I think it's
a man can ask. Okay,
hey, it's one of those where the Baron Nashor always has the Santa hat on. I think that's the difference.
I actually would love that, as if, I mean, you have different voice lines as well, but if the different servers had like some cosmetic difference in the map, where if, for example, as you said, the EU and the European North server had like a permanent Santa hat on the Baron, or you could see one more reindeer, obviously in Scandinavia, so that'd be really cool.
Everything's just upside down in Oceania.
Right? Yeah,
everything's just upside down there, so yeah. So anyway, we are on to the Abyss. This could be for the final time today. However, that is only if Spicoli have their say. If it's down to the Nazguls, we will get to call that out one more time to conclude our best of three. It was a game of narrow margins last time round. Let's see if that's true this time too.
Okay, Spicoli and Nazguls. Last time Spicoli took a bad trade in the beginning, but it ended up being more favorable for them. It's too close to call. Like, honestly, Stan, I don't know what team has the advantage. Purely on stats, I mean, Spicoli, I guess. Going more over the items. Both of the teams have started exactly the same. Is there a difference in summoners? Yes, it's once again a Tryndamere for the Nazguls, opting in for the Exhaust instead of the Ignite. This is immediately a big fight happening really soon. Exhaust coming down as well. Conqueror's being caught on the Wukong, but Amoeba going down. That's the first blood for Spicoli.
That is a massive play, but it has been turned around, and yet again, and Wukong kills a Tryndamere. Azir's going to find himself one, but now escaping to the safety of their turret. They dash back forward, but it's only to their death. We're going to see a 3-for-1 going for Spicoli's favour.
This is a fantastic start for Fakoli, already getting the demolishes down as well. It's a big wave. You're missing XP and gold if you're the Nazguls. Yeah, you get the shutdown, but look at this turret already taken down to half HP.
It is. It's not the start that Nazguls would have wanted as they look to bounce back in this series. Fakoli, on the other hand, must be delighted. Not only do they get a couple of kills onto Wukong early, but also they get that one crucial kill onto Manda as well, who we know can be such a power point on this Azir.
Yeah, the Azir difference is gonna be something that we need to take into account with Nazgul's trying to freeze the wave here. I'm trying to see the logic behind it. I think it's more of, okay, if we can get this wave frozen here, we eventually build up and we hit level 6 sooner.
I also don't think that they want to fight anywhere near neutral ground, certainly not near the opposition turret. So many times we've seen today, one team just allowing the other team to push on them before they look to try and land that killer blow, so that they don't have to start thinking about turrets and the damage that they will deal. And now we see Fakoli doing the exact same thing, just allowing Nazguls to come onto them.
It is a big wave building here for the Nazguls, trying to eventually crash it in there and deny some gold from Fakoli. Also, they want to do damage into their turret, but as we've seen, this sometimes comes down to a battle of who has the last bit standing. You only need 1 HP on your Nexus, but you do need that 1 HP. And these structures, the Hellbird from these structures is big. Beautiful flash!
The Emperor's Divide used unsuccessfully there, and that's a huge cooldown, and Hellas will have to use the flash as a result, which is an even bigger cooldown. But you've got to say worth for Nazguls there, surviving in what could have been a dire situation.
Now the Nazguls, they have burned their flash on their Azir. That's the summoner with the longest cooldown. There's still one more difference as well. This time the Nazguls Wukong has opted for a flash, so definitely looking for that engages, less looking for the survivability with something along the barrier, yeah.
Yep, you are absolutely right, of course, Exodus, and Fakoli right now, they look to step forward again. They're getting all of their ultimates available to them. Same can be said on the other side. That's Emperor's Divide, however, Manda's still on the big old cooldown. Hellas will be the one able to make the play, but doesn't have the flash to play around with.
Nazgul needs to, like, don't really have a huge window here, but they need to go for an engage before the Emperor's Divide from Fakoli's Azir comes back up.
Big old flash, big old cyclone, damage on Manda, who's completely zoned out of the fight and obliterated by the Wukong. The Ignite enough to take this one down. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but overall on the other side, it is going to be Wukong doing everything they can, taking
it down, and now it's Tryndamere, but there's still Wukong in play. Is he able to survive? Yes, because the Undying Rage was timed out. So this is what I said, Nazguls, they don't have a particularly good window, and they needed to go for that engage with the Emperor's Divide, was still on cooldown. It is Fakoli coming out on top again, and they take down his first turret as well. And they're gonna go even further. Aaron keeps on surviving, and he's maybe able to proc a second demolish proc. Not yet. The gold lead has gone to Fakoli. It's not a huge lead, but it's definitely there. Now, what's more important is that the Nazguls have lost their turret, and Fakoli's one is still standing there proud and strong. But the Azir is on his own.
Yeah, Azir's just going to run this one straight down, want to get a reset, probably going to be able to pick up the Liandries. Already we've seen Manda able to secure that mythic for themselves. No mythics for either of their partners, however, so not going to see Tryndamere and Wukong putting out quite the same DPS just yet.
Definitely not. Also, Hellas going for the reset there means we're kind of giving away the tempo to Fakoli once again, but you do have gold that you need to cash in. It's a trade you need to consider. I think because the game is going a little bit more slowly, giving away the tempo from Nazguls to Fakoli wasn't necessarily the right move to make. It's still that what-if scenario, but because Fakoli has an edge, they have a lead, they have one more kill, they have one more turret. If you go into the status quo again, I think Fakoli has an upper hand.
My biggest question mark at this point, however, is about those two Tryndameres again. We're seeing Spellbow versus Kraken Slayer, of which one is already completed and the other is not, with Fakoli getting the upper hand there. We're seeing Ignite against Exhaust again. It was a big part of why Nazguls fell to Fakoli in the first game, and that has remained the same. I have concerns as we get later and later into this as to how the Nazguls are going to deal with that.
They're setting up yet another turret, setting up shop here to try and catch this wave. They don't want Fakoli to have that pride, to have that pressure where they may be able to control yet another health relic. Or maybe when they win a fight, they can just really push onto the next turret. Currently, structure-wise, Fakoli has an advantage. And these trades are what make or breaks the game, because it's what makes or breaks the next team fight.
Yeah, the push now onto this Sun Disk is somewhat irrelevant until that structure expires. However, as we push towards the secondary turret with Fakoli barely having taken a single shot onto their first turret, it is undeniable that Fakoli have got themselves the edge. 1,000 gold lead, a 1-0 lead in the series as well, knowing that they've got one hand on that prize pool already.
You can also say that both of these teams, both of these Azirs are trying to, they're searching for each other with the Sand Soldiers. This is where, because the Sand Soldiers are damaging the Azirs, and the Azirs once again do not have the ability to regen their health.
The Sun Disk is gone, but so is Hellas, just completely obliterated. They've managed to take down Mandarin responses. Nazgul find themselves a little bit of a fight, but with the both Undying Rages being timed on top of each other, it's Eren that survives just a little bit longer, and there will be 2 survivors for the goalie. Enough of the heal comes in for Eren. Kyrix is going to be able to push forward as well. Another turret should fall.
And because it's very early in the game, getting down an inhibitor right now is important. Hellas has just respawned, but the double demolish proc will take this turret down rather fast. Now the inhibitor is also up. Can Fakoli get it right now? No Undying Rage available, but the inhibitor halfway gone. Sand Soldiers.
Fakoli will trade both their lives for being able to pick up this inhibitor. I believe that to be a worth trade, especially as the resets will come in, and they strip Hellas of a considerable chunk of their health bar as well. Nazguls are up against it.
It's an uphill struggle for them. They're down gold, they're down turrets, and they're actually, down in items as well. Look at the gold difference, mostly going alongside with the Wukong, but also with the Azir, with the Azirs. The Tryndamere also different, and because the way Eren has built, I do feel that his build has favored him a little bit better than his opponent. Fakoli trying to look for yet another engage. All they need is one more win in the team fight, and they might actually get to win in the tournament. They might win it here, right now. Sand Soldiers are being built up. No inhibitor available for the Nazguls. So if Fakoli can stack this wave with super minions, remember, Howling Abyss, super minions also buff your champions.
Hellas did manage to get onto that health relic just at the last moment, so despite that damage we saw put down to them at their own inhibitor a little while ago, they're back up to 80% health. Now, the Sun Disk has been put down by Fakoli. They've absolutely got the pressure. They've got the super minions pushing towards the base.
They're gonna try and crash the wave in here. The wave just spawned for Nazguls, but can Hellas clear the wave and at the same time not take damage from the enemy Azir? That is a question. That's the problem they're struggling with.
It is what they're struggling with. It's a problem they'll have to deal with if they want to turn this one around. Those Nexus turrets starting to come under threat, but not taking just that much damage just yet. Just the supers pushing in towards that topmost turret. Meanwhile, it is going to be on the Maragall with the Cyclone. The damage is good. The damage is there. Emilbia takes down Manda. The response is quick, and we do see Wukong giving up their life for it, but Azir still lives. No longer, however, as only Tryndamere survives to tell
Undying Rage available.
Attempt to take down Eren, but they've already used their Undying Rage. I don't believe the same is true. Eren, he's going to die. Wukong goes in, and with one last slap from the cave, finds the kill that could secure victory for the Nazguls. A first turret will be destroyed. It's now down to Wukong to clear out these minions, to take down a second structure. 6 seconds left on the respawn for Hellas. Wukong already back up again. The other Wukong trying to take down the Nexus turret. Will do so. Will expose the Nexus turret, but the game stays alive.
And Nazgul is really backed into a corner, literally here on the Howling Abyss. They have super minions pushing into them. It was a beautiful engage from them. Immediately they were able to take down Mander, and the Shurima Shuffle came through. The damage came through as well. But then it was once more that difference of how do you build with the Tryndameres, how do you have survivability for the Tryndamere. Amoeba The Tryndamere from the Nazguls was able to survive longer and save his Undying Rage, but the damage was done from them, and the damage is done from the Nazgul already. There is a clear difference in stats because there is a difference in gold.
Put up by the Nazgul as they try to finish off these super minions there. Inhibitor will be respawning fairly shortly as they look to try and push towards a potential second turret. Remember, their Nexus is exposed. It's only 11 minutes into the game, but already Fakoli are on the brink of securing victory.
Fakoli know that only thing he needs to do is get one win in the team fight here. I don't think you can go for sort of backdoor play where you leave everybody behind because Nazguls can just catch up in the end. But right now, it's waiting until the Sun Disc turret falls down and go for an engage. All of the summoners from Fakoli are almost up. It is only Mander who's just now received his exhaust.
Nazguls again trying to make the play, trying to push forward. We see in terms of Azias that it is going to be Hellas who has a little bit more of a health pool to work with. Manders has to be so careful. We've seen how quickly they get shut down, but at the moment it's been a story of the Tryndameres and the Wukongs. Who survives the longest, who does the most damage. It is going to be the Wukong from the Nazguls who goes aggressive, takes down the Tryndamere. The response to Hellas is to get out to safety, and I'm not too sure if the alternative Wukong can get on top of them. Double kill comes in for the Tryndamere, triple kill comes in pre-Undying Rage. Nazguls wipe the floor with Fakoli and now can step forward to claim a prize.
And Nazguls might be able to turn around this way. The goal difference is shrinking to a place where it's non-existent. Once again, the same as we saw in the last fight. Mander being blown to smithereens, and does the fight went in advantage for Nazgul because it was immediately 2v3. Hellas here going for the execute, but two Nexus turrets still remain for Fakoli. While the gold lead has shrunk to a place where there isn't difference anymore, it is important for Fakoli that they have these two turrets remaining.
There is one crucial thing that just happened on the back of that play outside of the wipe we saw for Nazguls though. Nazguls have their inhib respawned and they've just taken down Fakoli's. They will be the ones pushing with the super minions. Fakoli, they want to change that. They want to step straight forward while there's still death timers, but I don't think they arrive at this inhibitor in time.
Fakoli has more summoners to play with.
They know they've got the Undying Rage.
They want to force. They have more summoners available. This is their way to actually go in. The Emperor's Divide from Fakoli is almost back up. All of the resources, no Cyclone available on Fakoli's Wukong.
Both teams are now inhibitor-less, and there is the possibility for Cody just step forward and try and use Undying Rage to end things. They've gone aggressive. Both Cyclones have been thrown down. Mander! A big Emperor's Divide coming in from Mander might be enough to find one, but Madagara takes the kill all for themselves. It's a 1-0 so far. In goes the Cyclone in Wukong, taking down Hellas. It's a 2-for-2. I believe that is the game-ending play. That is going to be Fakoli taking victory over the Nazguls, finding the win, claiming the prize. They are your Trovo Titans champions. Congratulations, Fakoli. The plaudits are all yours. The prize money is yours. The Titan points are yours. What a victory!
Fakoli doing it with an undefeated run to the finals and being undefeated in the finals as well. With changing up their build a little bit, with just having a little bit of better outplay sometimes and recognizing that the tiny differences do it in the end. Well played from Fakoli, well played from Nazguls as well, obviously. But I want to say the better team definitely won. I mean, there was a straight up challenge between, can you do it with the same champions? Can you actually be the difference without relying on other abilities, without relying on anything else? It's a pure test of skill, and it was Fakoli who got there in the end, who trumped.
Our final opportunity to show the Birthday Bash bracket. That prize pool has now been split. It is going to be IMIO, Tricksters, Wood 5 Titans, and the KEKWs who take home the 5th to 8th part of the prize pool. We are going to see Zidu Broja and also the other team that I've totally not just forgotten the name of. There it is. FMW taking €250 apiece by coming 3rd and 4th respectively. Nazguls will take home €500, certainly not to be sneezed at, but Fakoli will be delighted to have claimed the €1,000 prize from the Trovo Titans from this Birthday Bash event. It has been terrific, and we get to do it all again tomorrow, Xavier.
Yeah, and then we have to migrate a little bit up more north, and we go on to EU North. So once again, if you're watching, if you want to participate, you're always allowed to participate. You just need an EU North account. Do keep in mind, if you live a little bit further away from EU North, you might suffer some ping issues, but it's completely up to you. A beautiful, it was a fun day to cast, Stan, honestly. It was really fun to do.
It sure is. We saw plenty of Azir, plenty of Wukong, Aurelia, and Tryndamere. They were the champions that dominated the Abyss. In the end, it was Fakoli who dominated all of their opponents as well, picking up a terrific win. A massive thank you to all of our production here at Trovo Titans. I hope you've enjoyed the show out there. Thank you for everyone who's been commenting. And a big shout out to Hellas, who came out with my favorite chat comment of the day, saying Azir diff, and then, oh wait, realizing they were the Azir. And yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Huge pleasure as always working with you, XS. We get to do it tomorrow. I hope that you all come back for that one as well. We'll have all sorts more drama on the Abyss on EU Northeast. But for now, as Stanley Gray Hardbarker once said, good night.